His eyes are fixed on you, and he just keeps like glancing at your feet as it's just going back and forth on the table. And he goes, I'm sorry, where did you say you were raised? And do they have manners there?
The woods.
Understandable. Please get down from the table.
I make sure to take the longest route across the table to get down.
How's it going, everybody? We are back with another D&D adventure. I am joined by my good friends, Matt, one of my mods.
Hello!
And I am joined by Otter VT.
Good day.
And we are going to play some more D&D for you guys. And it's going to be a fun one today. How we doing, guys?
Pretty good. Hopefully I won't nearly get turned into paste this session. I'll remember to short rest if I need it, too. I'll have my spell slots, I promise.
I'm good and getting better.
All right.
Thanks. Got any more chaos drives?
So, the adventure today is going to be with, if you all remember him from the last adventure, Ezekiel. Matt, if
Thanks.
you could
more chaos drives?
reintroduce Ezekiel for us.
Of course. Ezekiel Obadiah Trelawney is a great old one warlock, human and calm, collected, very finely dressed, and is just here for a little bit of spice in the life and just a good old time.
All right. And we are joined also by Otter's character, who is coincidentally also named Otter. If you wouldn't mind introducing us to your character.
Well, Otter Ottenberg is a Circle of the Land druid that, as the member of the Otterfolk clan, found himself not really drawn to the waters like his kin, so he moved on and sought knowledge in the grasp of nature, mostly forests, as peculiar as it may be, and he has a very fine top hat.
He sure does. Today's adventure, we are going to... Let me just bring up the world map. Again, this is a world that I have created. This is Altamus, where most of the locations on this map are their own city-states rather than sprawling kingdoms. You are beginning over here in Brime to the southeast, just south of Castle Valleyvale. Brime is known primarily as a painterly place. Artisans and painters take residence here. And you'll notice that when you reach Brime, that many of the buildings have paintings on them. Murals, graffiti, what have you. It's a very creative place. The two of you have heard that there is a tragedy that has befallen some of the citizens of Brime. And going forward, you've decided to team up and take on the challenges that Brime has to offer. Arriving in the city of Brime, you notice a distinct chill in the air. It doesn't feel like the normal chill of the fast-approaching winter. Rather, it feels more melancholic, as if a duskin shroud has fallen over the city. You notice it the second you pass through the city gates and look upon the dismal people simply trying to press on with their business. Brime, being known as the City of Color, is the home of many artisans and painters, though primarily painters. And you can tell just by looking around, every home seems to be covered in some manner of mural-style paintings, contributed by many an artist. The city is awash with a multitude of colors and creativity. Though despite this, the apparent despair filling the air is a stark contrast to what would normally seem like a cheerful and optimistic community. And that is where we are going to begin our adventure. You are starting, coming in from the northeast of Brime. Let's focus that ping there. There we go. You two are just about coming down the road, and you see a few people passing by here and there. But there's not a lot of cheer on these faces. There's not a lot of excitement. it seems very dour, very, like I said before, melancholic. I'm going to put your pieces on the board here. There you go.
There we are. Good job.
One of the people that you see on the field, despite the token, he does not seem that cheerful. But he is just trying to sweep up around out front of his house. But he sighs a little bit as he doesn't seem to pay much attention to the oncoming visitors to town.
You see. Well, I think I'm gonna, as we're walking up to him, I'm gonna be like, sir, pardon me.
Yes, hello?
I can't help but notice that everyone here seems almost like it's practically under the weather. There's not a smiling face in town, despite, and I'll motion around to all the paintings and the beautiful houses, and like, something amiss? Did something happen here recently that has caused the whole town to be in a state of despair?
Yeah, unfortunately, 3 of the local kids went missing. They went to go investigate the old mansion in the woods, but none of them have returned. The whole city's worried for their safe return, but attempts to locate the missing kids have been unsuccessful. And unfortunately, no rescue parties have been mustered to take a look at the mansion. We're all kind of afraid of the rumors about it being true.
I asked, what would those rumors be?
Well, I'll tell you what I know, but I don't know how true it is. And he motions for you to join him in his house. He says, "Can I offer you anything? You look like travelers. You've probably been on the road for quite a while."
Well, just a spot of tea for me, if you don't mind. I'm not too much of a high-strung man.
Sure.
Coffee, if you have it.
Oh yes, yeah. We've got both. Please follow me. And he walks into his home and he opens the door for you, and he motions to a spot at the table, and he says, "Please take a seat." And after a few minutes, he comes back with a pot of tea and a pot of coffee each in each hand. And he says, my name is Mercil Corradine. I'm a candle maker, if you couldn't tell." And he motions around his home, and there's candles drip drying just around.
I'll take a look around. I'll just raise the little cup that I have for tea, being like, "Ezekiel, it's a pleasure, good sir." And I'll take a sip.
Otter of the Woods, pleasure.
Nice to meet you both. So the rumor has it, and he sits down across from each of you. Rumor has it that Silvaine Manor, just to the northeast of here, has been abandoned for the better part of a decade, but most of us believe that a great horror resides there still. The legend goes that Silvaine Manor used to be just a humble, modest home to a small family who lived in relative poverty. They were not able to afford a home here within the city, but they did what they could to make do with life outside of the city, out in the woods. Things were tough for the most part, but suddenly, one day out of just kind of nowhere, a mansion was erected in the spot where the modest homestead used to be, and any likeness to poverty that the family had been suffering seemed to almost vanish overnight. But even still, the family didn't host. They didn't really welcome visitors, and any that they did were few and far between. Rumors began to circulate, though, that, and I don't know how much I believe in this, but rumors began to circulate that the father had made a deal with some infernal type, though what the devil got in return is unclear. Perhaps they promised it their firstborn, their souls? Who knows? But one night, when the daughter was sleeping, the father tried to summon the devil again for another deal. But from what we believe, well, we as a collective town, the ritual was mistakenly completed in favor of a demon instead of a devil, who had no cares for contracts or bargains and killed the father and the daughter. The mother, with her last bit of strength, bound the demon to the mansion so it could never leave, even if the door was left wide open. And to this day, it's still believed the demon still occupies the mansion and roams the halls, trying to divine a way out.
Serious.
Yeah, you're telling me. The kids that went to go investigate the mansion, they probably didn't believe it at first, but I don't know. I'm really nervous if something's happened to them. One of them is my son, and he was the yeah, he was the youngest of the group. His name was Weskin.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And you say no search parties have been set for this?
No one's been willing to go. Everyone's afraid of the rumor.
I must ask you, as a father...
I've tried to go. I have tried to go, but as soon as I get within sight of the mansion, I freeze up. I can't bring myself to go any closer. Something stops me.
Well, I mean, it makes sense that no one would want to go. As awful as it is, dealing with demons and devils, nasty work.
Yeah, you're telling me. And most people here, well, we have a couple of tieflings in town, but they're good people. They're nice people. You know, there's nothing, as far as their bloodline is concerned, there's nothing truly infernal about them. But beyond that,
these folks have lived here for a long time?
Oh yeah, they've been living here for generations. Yeah, absolutely. And
so they predate the manor then.
They do, yeah. They've been here for longer than the rumor's been around, but I mean 10 years, and fear strikes deep in the hearts of many, and all that, you know.
Well, been very interesting talking to you, and we appreciate you opening up about this. I sniff the coffee and take a sip. And fine coffee.
Thank you for saying so. You take a sip of the coffee, and it is fairly decent brew. It's not incredible. After all, he is a candle maker and not a brewer, but it's passable for your refined palate.
Ezekiel, what do you think of this matter?
Well, I'm just gonna lean back and cross my arms and I'm like, well, if it is a demon or a devil, that's definitely something that we would absolutely have to take care of post haste. But if it's, because that's just the rumor, as much as I hate to say it. But are there any other rumors? Any other like beasts that would prowl around, like bears or wolves?
Nothing that would be out of the ordinary. I mean, there may be some bears, there may be some wolves, I guess, but they don't stray too close to inhabited places. I mean, the city guards do a good job of keeping them away from the city, and as far as I know, they know not to mess where there's people.
Okay. Did your boy or the boys, did they come by here before they left? Did they say if they were bringing anything, or did they just, abscond in the night?
Well, my son said he was taking off with some friends, but they didn't say where at first. I kind of had to persuade it out of him, you know? I kind of had to tell him, you're my son, I need to know where you're going. And he finally gave it up, and he said he was going to go take a look at Silvaine Manor with his friends, and I'll tell you, it sent shivers down my spine. I tried to tell him not to go, but he was so dead set on going.
And how old did you say your boy was again?
He was about 12 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, his friends are maybe just a couple years older than him. I don't know them quite as well.
Well, it seems to me that, if nothing else, taking a look might be prudent. What do you think?
Yeah. Would there be... Should we take any other precautions before we head out there? Should we make any... talk to anyone else? Make any preparations? And think anyone else might know anything about what's out there?
If you want to talk to anyone else, there's an old painter, one of my neighbors. Her name is Tana. You might have seen her coming in. She was adding a mural to her home when I last saw her. And then there's Silax. He's a tiefling in town. It might be a little improper for me to say this because of his heritage, but he might know something.
What about the parents of the other boys?
As far as I know, the boys are kind of just around. I haven't known them to have any parents in town.
Oh.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, can't hurt to talk to your neighbor and this Thylax fellow, at least get a little bit more information before we head out.
Yeah, of course.
Preparation. Preparation is the key to success.
Yeah, absolutely. So if there's anything else that you need from me, I can't offer much, but I have information on locals and how to get there, at least.
Yeah, how would we get to the manor from here? I know it said it's northeast from here, so not too far of a walk, I hope.
No, it's maybe about 10 miles to the northeast. You make like you're going to Valley Vale, and then you break a hard right.
Okay. It'll definitely be obvious to spot in the forest, considering it was nice at one point. So that should be too hard to find.
The biggest indicator that you're on the right track is if you find a path that's overgrown.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Otta, should we head on out and investigate, or should you do you have any other plans or any other questions that you wish to ask the fine fellow?
I finish up my coffee as I sit there and stroke my beard and say, we should at least speak to the neighbor. If not, the tiefling may know something, or at least know, what we may look out for. So that might be a good place to start.
But yes,
all right.
Whatever you can do to help the town, even if it's just to bring peace to the people, knowing that these young souls are at rest, even, is a big help. I'd like to think that there's more to it than that, but
yeah, of course.
I'd like to see my boy alive again.
Well, if it's within our power, then we'll see what we can do. But I'll not make any promises.
Okay, thank you so much.
With that, I say we head out and we go looking for the neighbor.
All right, sounds good to me. I'll finish up my tea, nicely put the cup down, and thank you again for your kindness and your time. Hopefully we will return not too long, and with a couple pair of boys for on his measure. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, I climb down out of the chair and we head on out.
All right. You exit the home, and you do look down the road, and you do see that just down the road from your current host, there is an older woman, a human woman, painting her house, but she does have a bit of a somber look on her face. she's adding what looks to be the images of children to her mural, but with a look of sadness about her. And she's right about here.
Before approaching her, I want to look around. You said every house has murals on it, right?
Yes, every house has some kind of painting or art on it.
I just want to take a quick scan of the nearest murals and see if anything stands out as unusual.
And then she drew a human skeleton.
So, the house that you were currently in, it does have a mural on it, but nothing out of the ordinary. It looks like there's some nicely detailed drawings, some nicely detailed paintings, and then it looks like there's some more childish scrawlings kind of in the corner at the bottom.
Just as a note, I'm just going to be keeping an eye on any of the other murals to see if anything stands out along the way. But otherwise, I'd like to approach the woman.
Okay. If you're keeping an eye out, I would like you to make me a perception check, Otter. So if you go to your character sheet and you go to your skills next to your ability score, you'll see one that says perception. It's in alphabetical order. And then just click on perception.
Nope, deception. There it is. 7.
All right.
Can you see my rolls?
Yes, I can see your rolls.
My rolls, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So you have a total of 12. You're looking around, and you do notice that there's a sort of a pattern. You notice that the pattern is that everyone seems to have drawn their rendition of these 3 young souls that have gone on to explore the manor.
How long ago did he say that the kids left?
It might have been a couple days ago. Also, hello, Foxy. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good too. But yeah, the older woman is just kind of going around her house, and she looks like she just finished painting on a picture of these 3 young souls that have departed town.
I'd like to approach her and make myself known to her by calling out to her.
All right. You begin to approach her, and you call out, and she looks over and she says, "Yes, hello. Fine day, isn't it?"
Well, I suppose that remains to be seen, and we're hoping that you might have some information that may help us.
I take it you've heard.
Literally written on the walls.
She looks back at her painting and she says, "Oh, I suppose so. It's a shame, really."
Yes, were you familiar with any of the children who went missing?
Well, I was familiar with Mersal's boy, Weskin. Nice boy. Very well mannered, very polite, but he never really caused much trouble. He had some friends, orphan boys, but they weren't trouble kids, but they always sought adventure. They always sought excitement. They always said that they'd want to be adventurers when they grew up, and I guess the notion got into Weskin's head.
I see. And is there an orphanage in town?
Not so much. They kind of live around, and they subside themselves on the generosity of the neighbors.
I see.
If you couldn't tell, children are kind of the lifeblood of this town. Creativity runs the deepest in children.
Of course. I scratch my beard and thoughtfully, as I try and think of what I could possibly ask this woman to lead us in the right direction. And
we know where they headed. We know that there's only a few of them. Did anyone... And we know that not too many... Well, there wasn't an adventuring party out to go find them, and no one else was able to really get close.
Well,
Do you believe the rumors are true about there being some devilry out at that place?
she kind of clutches her sleeves a little bit in discomfort, and she says, I believe it wholeheartedly. I believe that there's something sinister and evil out that way. Yes.
I gotta know, what is it that happened before this incident that gave the manor such a sour name other than the peculiarity of its presence?
Well, Silvaine Manor was home to the Silvaine family. It was a man and a woman and their young daughter. She was, from what I understand, no older than 10.
You believe that the father had made a deal with the devil?
Absolutely, I do. At this point, I'd like both of you, or whoever's interested, it could be both of you, to make me a religion check.
Religion. Forgive me.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Ooh.
15 and 19. You both are familiar enough with the dichotomy between devils and demons. Devils are fiends that are lawful evil. They strive for corruption through lawful means, so whether that is making contracts, gaining political intrigue, not necessarily by cutting a swath of death and destruction, but more so corrupting through the proper channels. Usually they will... they enjoy making deals with mortals because that opens up the chance of corruption in those mortals. That being said, devils are duty-bound. They are law-bound. If there is a contract that binds them, they will uphold it to the highest degree. Demons, however, are not beholden to any such structure. They are chaos. They are destruction. They live to kill. Everything they do is for the love of just insanity, destruction, chaos, all of it. So you can understand. So you can understand that accidentally summoning a demon when you try to summon a devil is bad news bears.
Yeah. Definitely makes sense why no one went to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the question then would also be, how did the children get to the house? If everybody else was frozen in their tracks on the way, what was it that made the children able to enter?
Do you posit this question out loud?
I think out loud, sort of way.
Okay. The woman smiles and shakes her head, albeit sadly, and she says, the courage of children is astounding. Most of us have been alive long enough to, I guess, know better.
Suppose that is true. Well, is there anything that you know or have heard that may help us understand better the dangers we may be taking on if we were to approach the manor?
Well, there have been some outsiders that have come to town lately that they've mentioned in passing the manor that they've been able to hear cackling, laughter, although it didn't sound... Well, it didn't sound jovial or jolly in the least. It sounded sinister.
Well, we have word that another person in town may have some kind of information, but I'd like to ask you the same question. Do you know of anybody else in town that may have some inkling as to what's going on?
Well, unfortunately, I believe that everyone in town is currently operating off of the same rumors and theories and conspiracies, but I believe that perhaps Silax down the road might be able to help you a bit. He's a tiefling, but he's a good soul. Despite his heritage, he's a good soul.
All right.
Well, I turn to Ezekiel and I ask Ezekiel, what do you think we might gain by speaking to the Silac person?
Confirmation, I think, mostly. And plus, if he is, well, part of the tiefling blood, they might know something inherent about a devil or a demon that, frankly, not many other people might know. Not sure if the knowledge carries through blood or if he was told anything, but it never hurt to ask.
Alright, well, I think we should bid this woman farewell and head our way over to Silac.
Well, thank you for coming to speak with an old woman who has been a little too down in the dumps lately.
Well, we appreciate your time, ma'am.
Of course, thank you. And she nods, and
I'll tip my hat and I'll say, and hopefully we'll come back with 3 more boys in tow when we return.
that is the hope. And she goes back to painting her mural on her house.
We start heading down the road looking for this Silac person. Do we know where Silac is? Did we get directions?
She just said down the road, and she pointed a bit southward. It looks like his house is right behind hers.
Okay, alright.
And you see,
Nice.
you see that there is a tiefling man that is standing outside his house, and it looks like he's mixing vials of colors.
Okay.
Well, let's approach, and I'd like to take note of what color he's mixing.
He's got 1 vial of blue, and he's got 1 vial of yellow, and it looks like he's trying to combine the two into a mixture of green.
Lello.
Blello, yeah. Well, I say we approach and call out his name, Silac. See if he turns around.
All right.
Yeah.
Silax perks his ears a little bit. His ears are a little bit pointed. A little bit elvish style, but there is an infernalness to it. He turns around, and you see this fairly unremarkable tiefling man. The only real things of note is his reddish-hued skin, horns that grow from his forehead, and the pointy ears that, again, they perk to your approach. And he turns around, and he has his 2 vials in hand, and he just says, yes, can I help you?
So we understand that you are Silac, is that correct?
Yes, I'm Silax. Silax, our guest.
We apologize for the intrusion, but we've taken an interest in the current going-ons and the unfortunate disappearance of the young kids. We were hoping
yes.
perhaps you might
tragic.
know... I hesitate trying to think of the best way to approach the awkwardness of this conversation.
Mhm.
We hear there may be devilry afoot, and we're wondering if you may give us some insight that may assist us in our endeavors.
Give me a persuasion check, Otter. Which I believe is a charisma check.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Come on, big money. Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, alright.
There we go.
Alright. 15, not bad. He kind of sighs a little bit, and he says, "It's because I'm a tiefling, isn't it?"
We had spoken to a couple of your neighbors, and
He
both
holds his
of
hand
them-
up to stop you from talking. He says, Don't worry. I get it. I understand. Some of my neighbors, they think that when something infernal goes around, that I might know something about it, right? Well, not always, but in this scenario, I might have a little bit of information to give.
oh,
Anything could be of use, but I do want to stress the fact that both neighbors we spoke to also mentioned how pleasant you were.
Well, I appreciate that.
they even seem to a little disinclined to say to talk to you out of fear that it would sound offensive.
Well, at least the people I live next to are tactful enough to understand that. I'm merely a paint maker, an ink maker, if you will. That's been my trade, been my passion, but I'll help any way I can. Do you have questions?
Well, there's some confusion on whether what may be going on at the manor is of devilish origin or potentially demonic origin, and anything you may know that may help us to ascertain the difference may help.
Well, from how the rumors say, the situation there started devilish, but became demonic by an accident. It is easy, considering that demons and devils are both fiends, to, if you are trying to summon one, accidentally summon the wrong thing. If you get the name wrong, if your summoning circle is off, it can summon just a completely different thing than what you're intending.
I see. And so my understanding is that this manor's been there for quite some time. Is that true?
It's been there for about 10 years, and I've been living here for about 30.
And no other disappearances of this kind have occurred?
No, not that we can remember.
Interesting.
As far as we know, these kids were the first ones who were, pardon me, but stupid enough to go.
They do say youth and courage are an interesting mix.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, yes?
Yes.
Hmm.
Is there anything you can think of that may help us better understand what we're walking into?
Well, I do know that the manor, as a security feature, had a summoning not a summoning circle, but a ritual circle in the quarter house next to it that would only allow people in if they gave a small sacrifice of their own blood. But then it would allow you in.
That's quite a security feature.
Indeed. Although, from what I understand, it's not too much, just enough to give the ritual a taste, if you will.
Maybe.
Well, seems like the boys might have known this. They haven't come back. It won't trap you inside, will it? If something goes awry?
Well, the way that I understand it, before the demon incident, it would let you out. It was purely a key to let you in. However, being tainted by this demon, and if you believe the rumor that they trapped the demon within, it may have had a alternate effect on the security of the home. Once you go in, you may not be able to come out until the demon is dealt with.
Well, that would make sense as to why the boys haven't returned.
So there's a chance that boys may still be alive within.
There is a
Something
chance,
I didn't
but
want to bring up earlier.
There is a chance, but if there's demons roaming those halls, depending on the demon, it may very well be quick.
Do I, just out of character, do I know enough to delicately ask if he knows what kind of demon we may be looking at?
You can ask him if there's anything that he knows that might be able to help you identify it.
Alright, I think I'll do that. Is there any way we might know what kind of demon could be infesting this house?
That's That's a tough question. Some people believe it could be... it could be anything from... Sorry, I'm trying to look it up. There's options here, and I'm trying to remember the names of some of these fiends. There's a lot to go off of anyway.
Yeah.
Some people believe that there's a Dragoloth in there, which I personally think is preposterous. Dragoloths are a unholy union of a demon and a drow. And then there's also Bulezaus. That is a possibility. Nabasus. I'm just listing different demons off the top of my head at this point, but I don't know what it is that is currently, I guess, in charge of the mansion.
Of course.
It would not surprise me if this demon also has the ability to summon other demons to its aid, which would be lesser demons, things like a Dretch or perhaps Mains, Quasits, you name it.
Of course. Alright, well, one last
I
question.
know what any of those things are.
Religion check, Ezekiel.
Oh,
You know what,
boy.
can I do one as well?
Yeah, of course.
Eek.
21.
All right, 21 for Ezekiel and 8 for Otter. Otter, you are familiar with the term Dretch. Dretches are like one of the lowest ranking demons in the Abyss. They are pretty much a step up from Mains, which are the bare bottom, like fodder foot soldiers of the Abyss.
Literal slime, yeah.
Yeah, sort of. And Ezekiel, you know, a few of the demons that he's just listed, some of them are really bad news. One of them, you're pretty sure, is like a few steps away from being a demon lord.
Ooh. Oh. Well,
Ezekiel, since we've asked this question of the other townsfolk as well, I think we should probably ask Silak here if he knows of anybody else in town that might be of use.
yeah. Some of those demons definitely sound like bad news, so if there's anyone else that would know something or be able to point us in a better direction, then before we go and take a look ourselves, then...
Unfortunately, I think I'm going to be the most knowledgeable of what you might find in that mansion, and even then I've never been inside. It's just all rumor that I've heard of, and all those rumors come to me because, and he just kind of points to himself, I have the infernal blood.
Yeah.
Yes, and we apologize for the awkward nature of this conversation, but no stone unturned, you understand?
No, I understand, and I know that you mean nothing of it. It's just, I believe I speak for the rest of the townsfolk when I say we really hope to see those kids alive.
Oh, of course. And we will do our best.
I know you will. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for chatting up some of the neighbors.
You've been most helpful. Thank you for your time, sir.
Of course, yes. And he turns his back and he goes back to mixing inks and paints for some of his neighbors.
So I turned to Ezekiel, so we're just talking between the two of us, and well, what do you think? The best information we have is northeast and bad shit there.
Yeah. Some of those demons are definitely bad news, but if it's some of the other ones, then there'll still be a problem, but nothing that we probably wouldn't be able to handle ourselves. But best way to know is to go and see with our own eyes, so I suggest that we go take a walk.
Much agreed. After all, what's the worst that could happen?
Famous last words.
I say with a chuckle.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Either we'll find it, or it won't be our problem after the night.
Yeah. Then it becomes someone else's problem.
I say we head out to the northeast then.
The tiefling does turn back around. He says, one last thing. If it was a demon that was summoned that has any inkling of intelligence, there's a chance that they might be doing some kind of counter ritual to try and break free of the mansion. If that's the case, Brime is most certainly in danger.
I see.
The nature of the
More
ritual.
reason to get to it.
The nature of the ritual, I'm not entirely sure of, but I could imagine that it requires sacrifices.
Well, all the more reason to get moving then, isn't it?
Of course. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
Of course.
Oh no, it's fine. Any additional help is more than welcome.
Of course.
But make sure we keep our eyes open.
Of course. Yes.
All right. Nah, I say we go take a nice long walk and see this for ourselves.
All right. You all depart from town, going north primarily, going northeast, and you make your way, going just a little ways north and just a little ways east. You're at the foot of some mountains, and as you pass along, Otter, with your druid knowledge and druid training, would you like to do any look around for any herbs or plants that might aid you on your way?
Yes, along the way I'll keep an eye open. I have my handy, how do we call it, field guide to herbalism. I would like to keep an eye open for any usable plants that might come in handy.
Of course. I would like you to make a knowledge nature check. So you'll just look for where it says nature, and I'm going to ask you to roll with advantage. So what that means is you're going to roll twice.
Okay.
And you take the higher roll. That's not going to do it.
Jack shit.
Wow. 4 and 5. Okay, so unfortunately the book doesn't really seem to help with some of these plants that you're coming across. The plants in this area are a little bit more foreign to you. It's kind of hard to make heads or tails of some of these plants, unfortunately. That being said, do you still want to grab any to go?
I hate to just have my pockets full of weeds if I don't know enough about them.
I know some stoners who would beg to differ, but anyway.
If there are any seeds that may be of any kind of use, or at least catch my interest as a collector of interesting items, I would like to pick some up. Do I see any interesting nuts, seeds, acorns, the like?
Give me an investigation check. Yeah, I'm giving you the full spread here. You find a couple.
11.
You find a handful of acorns, but nothing else too remarkable.
Just passingly pick them up as I spot them.
All right, you gain a handful of 5 acorns.
Neat.
Yummy.
Yeah, a little snack for the road.
You never know.
You just
Got
never
a nice
know.
crunch.
Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah.
While we're walking, do we notice anything unusual about the flora as we, ostensibly approach the manor?
You do notice that the pathway that the first man told you about, the one where it seems to be overgrown to a faded pathway, there is a lot of overgrowth. There's bushes that seem to have been beginning to overtake the road. Trees that look like they haven't been trimmed in a while. And it's not a problem too much for you, Otter, being a druid, and it really isn't too much of an issue for you either, Ezekiel, being essentially a great old one warlock.
Yeah.
After all, your patron spirit is one that is akin to maybe a myth of Appalachian make.
Yeah.
But of interest, I'd like to try and take note the overgrowth. Is it simply not being taken care of, or is there anything unusual about it?
Roll me a nature check with advantage. Okay.
16, 4,
Ooh.
14.
All right, 18. Even for about 10 years of growth, you don't think that it should have grown this fast. It's like overgrowth. It's a little overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
You figure that there might be some kind of corruption going on nearby that might be contributing to this.
So I again, kind of to myself, kind of not. I just say out loud, this the land itself seems to be affected by whatever's going on. This is not a natural amount of overgrowth.
Yeah. This is something that you'd see in the deep forest, not as close to the road.
Is there? I worry that it might spread closer and closer to town if it's given too much time.
Yeah. Well, best thing we can do is take care of the root of the problem. Hopefully taking care of the demon will at least slow down, if not stop, all this.
I agree and suggest we move onward.
Okay. You begin to push past the overbrush that has been growing over the road, and a lot of it is superfluous. It just kind of brushes you as you pass by. There's no, like, large branches or roots that kind of impede your path. It takes you maybe an additional 20 minutes before you make your way to Silvaine Manor. There's 2 maps on here. So there is a first floor and a second floor. You'll notice that all of these are currently obscured. All you can see right now is through the windows of the doors at the front.
I'd like to peer into some windows cautiously.
Okay, feel free to move to where you want to take a look.
Can I? Can't really tell where the windows are from the sky view
No,
here.
that's fine. You can move wherever you want, and I will just let you know.
Here.
You look in through that first window, and you see it's kind of just like a foyer. It's just a grand entryway. You see a couple of paintings, but beyond that, that doesn't really seem to be much else. Although you do notice that there's torches and chandeliers that are lit.
Well, that's unusual for a 10-year abandoned building.
Yeah.
Uh,
What's in this building off to the right?
Off to the right, it looks like the quarter house that Silax told you about.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna walk over and take a peek inside. I won't go in, but I'll just take a look at the door.
Okay.
Like, inside, see if there's any, like, windows.
There are windows on the door, and you can see inside that it looks like there are some beds here that, like, this is a quarter house, so it's kind of like guest lodging, especially if there's primarily, like, if there was a kind of like guards or security on the premises. This is kind of like a guardhouse.
Okay.
But it's completely empty.
Okay. No torches or anything, just completely empty, lights off, nobody's home?
Despite what the map is showing you, it is lights off.
Okay. Alright.
Realizing that Ezekiel walked away while I was looking in the window, I hurry to catch up to him.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry,
Yeah.
I figured if you were taking a look in there, I'd also poke around myself.
Do you know how hard it is for someone my height to be able to look in a window that high?
Apologies.
Yeah, Otter is a little bit smaller than the average humanoid. He's possibly a little bit bigger than maybe a goblin or a kobold.
Ah, okay.
Being the otter folk that he is.
Jokes aside, did you find anything?
Well, this here is the quarter house, but dark and empty. Nothing's on, nobody's there. Doesn't look like this one's been touched in a while.
Except for the fact that the door is cracked open slightly.
Ah,
Well, no.
okay.
Well, Silac did mention something about the quarter house, didn't he?
Yeah. What exactly did he say about the quarter house? This was where it had the ritual in it.
There was
Unlocking
a ritual space in the quarter house that would allow you entry into the manor proper.
Oh, okay.
Do we notice any other doors other than the one that's right near us?
You look to the north of where you are, and there's a couple of doors. There's this door here that goes into the manor, but knowing what you know, you will be unable to get in without pretty much the proper ability to do so. And there is a door here that's also north of the quarter house.
Well, it seems to me, and I am saying this out loud, it seems to me that a mysterious unlocking ritual wouldn't be in the main guest chambers. So perhaps we'd like to check out, and I start walking towards it. I'm gonna, kind of gesture towards the other door.
Okay.
Yeah. Follow suit.
All right.
And
Is the door open? What do we observe when we see the door?
It's this door right here. That door, you reach out and you try the handle, but it seems to be locked. There doesn't appear to be any windows looking in.
Well, it still seems more likely to me that unlocking ritual that's not really meant to be ultra public knowledge would be in a more secluded area, don't you think, Ezekiel?
yeah, it can't hurt to give it a bit of a look. And I'm gonna try to just take one of my daggers and see if I can pop open the door.
I'll step aside, allowing him additional room to do so.
All right. Ezekiel, give me a sleight of hand check. See if you're able to pry open this door. Okay. You stick your dagger into the part of the door where there's realistically going to be a latch, and you fish around a little bit, and then suddenly you hear a and the latch opens, allowing you inside.
Well,
Good work.
You pop open the door,
Hey.
and it looks as though there's a storage room here.
Not exactly the ritual space I was hoping to find, I say as I kind of use my otter squirreliness to slither past and pop my head into the room.
You look around, and a lot of it looks to be rotten food. It looks like this place hasn't been touched in a while, and any food that would have been in here would not have survived for 10 years.
Is there a smell?
There is, in fact, a smell.
Ugh,
It is
smelling the smell.
It is pungent.
I quickly use the same otter squirreliness to slither back past Ezekiel. Nope, not interested.
Okay. Well, we could always
I
try.
giggle.
Oh, yeah. I'll take note of the little addition onto the main house and be like, does this darkened off section, does this have a door or window on the outside, or does it look like it opens from inside the other part of the building?
You kind of scope around this addition to the quarter house, but you don't see any windows leading into it.
Okay. Then I'll just take a guess that it might open from the other side. See if maybe it's inside the little smaller section of the room.
Having
And I'll-
not actually looked into the window as Ezekiel did, I peer through the slightly open door to see if I note anything.
Give me a perception check. Okay, okay. With that 16, you look inside and you see a lot of beds and you see some stale bread. Well, beyond stale, it's moldy. But there's not much in the way of lighting, again, despite what the map shows. But all of these beds appear to be bunked. It looks like there was accommodation here for many people, but all of the beds look like they haven't been used in a while, if at all.
I'm going to push the door open if I can.
Okay.
And enter.
You reach your hand out and you begin to... the door. And you step inside. There's a bit of a musty smell, which is different than the scent of rotting vegetation and food that you had experienced in the room prior. This is a much more welcome scent, but it's still an assailing of the senses. It is stale in here. It seems like air doesn't circulate in here as often as it should.
Well, since we were looking at that smaller addition, I'd like to head in that direction, see if I can see any doors that would lead into that other area.
You do. You see a door right here.
I would like to go to it.
Okay. You approach the door, and there's a plaque.
Is it dark enough in here that I can still see, or do I need to, like...
There's daylight, so you can see because there are windows in this area of the quarter house, so you do get natural daylight in here.
No,
okay, because I just want to make sure it's not too dark, because this is the only character I've played in a long time that does not have dark vision.
Yeah, humans kind of get the short end when it comes to vision.
Yeah. Yeah.
Understandably so. They get so much else. There is a plaque on this door, and it reads, "To be regarded as guests to our humble abode, your key awaits inside. One must give of the self to receive of ours."
Well, that's basically a welcome sign, I'd say.
Yeah.
Is the door open, or is it closed?
The door is currently closed, but you reach out to turn the knob, and it doesn't resist. It doesn't seem like it's locked.
I would like to push the door open.
You push the door open, and...
peek inside.
You push the door open, and as hypothesized, there's a ritual space in here.
Oh.
Shocker.
There are crystals that line...
Crazy.
There are red crystals that line the walls of this inner chamber, and there is a ritual circle with a fairly oversized skull in the center of it. You see 3 somewhat young-looking handprints of blood that are plastered on the skull.
Ooh. They look like fresh, or like it's been there a while.
Give me a medicine check.
11.
11. You get a closer look, and it looks like it hasn't grown too dark, but it looks like it's probably a few days old.
Okay. Well, definitely on the right track.
I'd like to take a look at the crystals you said that are all over the place. Do I notice anything familiar or interesting that I might be able to figure out from them?
Give me a
Cherry
religion
flavor.
check. Uh, 13. One thing you notice about some ritual spaces, not all, but some, corruption can manifest physically in the form of crystals. These crystals look sharp. Some of them look like they have dried blood on them.
They're cherry flavored.
Against my better judgment, I would like to pick one of the crystals up and observe it closer.
Okay. You snap a crystal off the wall, and as you do so, you see a spark of infernal energy kind of arc from the crystal that you snapped off to the base that it came from. And it pulses with a kind of a corrupt warmth, but nothing else happens.
Yummy.
Just because I'm typically inclined to gather shiny objects just by my nature, I will put the broken crystal into my pocket.
Okay, you pocket the broken crystal. You have one infernal crystal.
And I would like to approach the ritual circle and see if I know what kind of skull that is.
Okay.
I do not enter the circle, though. I want to emphasize that.
Give me a nature check.
Oof.
You have.
I'm gonna work on lucky on that one. If
Okay.
You don't mind.
You use a lucky
How do
point. On your
do
character sheet, do you see where you have your lucky points on the right hand side?
Yep.
So
Down one.
Yep, down one, and then
Perfect.
reroll.
All right. And reroll. That was a nature check.
Wow!
Much better.
Wow!
There we go.
I really want to know about this skull.
This is an ogre's skull, and you know specifically that this is an ogre.
Interesting.
Ogres are typically big, brutish, sort of related to giants, but not really. They're kind of like the an offshoot cousin of giants. They're like if a goblin and a giant had a really messed up baby.
Oof. They're going to be more messed up based on which one is the mother. Anyway. Do I, from my knowledge, my background of knowledge, do I know any connection between ogres and any specific demons and or devils?
Some ogres do revere some demon entities, whether it's out of a misguidance or a pursuit of power. That is up to the individual ogre. But you know that there are some creatures, like gnolls, which are a type of hyena-person hybrid, that are directly descended from one of the demon lords, Yinogu, who essentially lives for the hunt. But in terms of if this ogre might have had a connection to a demon of some sort, or a devil, you aren't too terribly sure.
I turned to Ezekiel, and since I didn't really learn anything interesting, or remember anything interesting to say, so as far as I remember, the only way to open the door is an offering of blood, and I gesture towards the skull.
Yeah. Well, I'll do the crack my knuckles. I'll pull off one of my gloves to the. There's like a little evidence of like where the Eldritch Blast would come out of my hands. There's these like slightly greenish discolored parts of my hand where
Okay.
it looks like moss.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna take my Bowie knife and cut a little bit across the palm of my hand. Clench my fist and move my fingers around to try to get a little bit more on there, and just be like,
Ezekiel, you take your large dagger and you across your hand very slowly. You take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
It is a controlled slice.
Yeah.
And
then,
the blood begins to flow. It coats your hand with the red warmth.
well, better late than never, and I'm gonna put my hand on the skull. On an empty part of the skull.
You put your hand on the skull, and as you make contact and the blood begins to take hold on the surface of the skull, you see the eyes begin to glow a bright red, and then slowly that fades away. And when you pull your hand back, you look back at your hand, and your wound has been closed up, and the red from your blood is still on your hand, but there's an area that's been knocked out in the shape of a key.
Ah. Well. I'll go ahead and I'll show Otter and be like, well, I guess they meant it literally, huh?
I suppose so. And now that I know it won't eat you instantly, I follow suit and use my scimitar to produce some blood for the same on my open paw.
You do the same, Otter. You take 1 point of damage.
Now, do you keep track of that, or do I?
You can keep track of that on your character sheet.
Current hit points down 1. Got it. Okay.
And
I press my paw to another open spot on the skull.
you do the same thing, and the skull, the eyes, light up, and then slowly after they... And when you pull your paw back, you look back at it, and same thing. There's a knockout in the blood on your hand in the shape of a key.
I look at it and flex my paw a little bit and shrug. I suppose we can, go ahead now. I gesture roughly to the skull.
Yeah. Well, permission to enter granted, I see. Front door it is.
So
I guess we'll
start heading out.
All right. You begin to make your way to the main entrance of the house. And you notice that the door is already open in the front entrance.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was waiting to take the extra steps too. I wasn't sure if we were rushing.
Ah.
But it seems as though the manor is welcoming you in.
Well,
No time like the present.
yeah. I guess we'll each take a door and push the door open.
Yep.
All right. You push the door open, and you hear that same... as the doors open.
Sound effects, I'm not hearing them.
I'm doing sound effects. I guess it's not coming through Discord, so...
Oh yeah, it's filtering out the air quotes garbage noise.
Oh, wow, thanks. You take 5d10 worth of damage. Anyway.
God reaches down and smacks you.
The doors open with a very strained creaking sound. But the doors open nonetheless. They let you pass.
I step in. Let's take a look.
The moment that you step in, the doors slam behind you.
And for the sake of the argument, I'm just gonna try to move, pull or push on the door, make sure it did actually just close 100% behind us.
The door opens again, but the moment you try to step out, you notice you can't.
Ah.
It's almost as if there's...
We're in it now.
It almost is as if there's something blocking your advance beyond just a door.
Ah. Well, I definitely wasn't lying about that. I'm gonna put my glove back on.
Okay.
You know what? I'm curious enough and inquisitive enough as an otter. I'm gonna kind of try to paw at whatever is occupying the space between the open door.
As you reach your paw out towards that open space, the closer that your paw gets to the outside, you begin to see a faint red series of infernal script that just begins to form a wall, and you even touch it, and it feels solid.
Ooh.
And give it a that awkward thing where you just wrap your knuckle against it, tap tap.
It echoes when you do that. It goes gong, gong, gong.
I purse my lips and nod, almost bemusedly. Well, time to see where this takes us, I suppose.
Yeah.
No going back.
Haul.
All right.
I turn back around and take a couple of steps into the main foyer.
You look forward, and it looks like there's stairs that lead upward, and there's 3 doors that all branch off from here. There's one here, there's one here, and there's one here.
Did we want to try going around on the ground floor and then try upstairs, or did we want to just pick a random place and go?
Well, we might as well start where we are. And
before you begin, however, you feel like you see a set of eyes on you.
Like physically see them, or do we just kind of feel like we're being watched?
You feel it. The both of you actually feel a chill go down your spine.
Flick my tail and turn to Ezekiel. Did you feel that?
Oh yeah. And definitely, it wasn't obvious all enough already. There's definitely more than meets the eye in this place. I'm just gonna like peer around and
as the
like we don't like. There's nothing in like any of the pictures or paintings. It's just kind of like an omnipresent kind of.
Well, as the two of you are kind of deliberating a little bit, you hear a very faint voice. It's so nice to see new visitors again. My papa never did allow guests, but to see so many so often now is wonderful. And you see... You see a ghost materialize before you. She looks to be no older than 10 years old.
Oh. Well, hi.
Hello. It's wonderful to meet you. My name is Kalena Silvaine.
Hello, Kalena.
Ezekiel, and I'll just hit my hat on my head.
I pick up my hat briefly in a sign of salute and say, Otter.
It's so nice to see so many new visitors. The last few friends I made wanted to look around, but, and she pauses for a moment before, kind of looking aside.
Kalena, you have had other friends stop in recently. Where are they?
I don't know exactly. There's places in here that I can't quite go. At least not to all of them. And she slowly starts to try to turn the conversation a different way, and she says, anyway, now that I have new guests, maybe I'll show you around.
Sure.
But
I mean,
and she starts to hush a little bit, and she says, but we have to be quiet. There are mean, nasty monsters that are roaming the halls, and if they find us, it's going to be trouble for sure. It's no problem for me, of course, but you seem to be of flesh and blood.
Yeah. I can assure you, we can defend ourselves in case something nasty besets upon us. So don't you worry.
Of course. Let me just check one thing. And you see her move over to this door, and then she kind of just phases through it. And you hear some muffled talking for a moment. And then she pokes her head back through and she says, okay, come. And she phases through the door again.
Before moving, I kind of reach up and I tug Ezekiel's sleeve so he kind of knows that I'm trying to get his attention. And, when he does, I say, let's play along for a bit and see where this goes.
Can't hurt. Having a guide through the house is definitely going to be mighty helpful.
It's the house itself that I'm a little more worried about right now. I start heading towards the door.
Okay. Yeah. Do either of you open the door?
I look around the door, like the frame and anything immediately adjacent to it. Like if there's any, I don't know, shelves or cabinets or anything such thing.
There's nothing really going on with the door. It just seems like a solid wood door.
I'll gently open the door.
Okay, you open the door, and inside is a library.
Ah.
And Kalena, she almost eagerly awaits for you to open the door and come in. And she says, yes, come on in. Don't be shy. One of my family's servants is here. And she comes over to one of the bookshelves, and you see that there's another tiefling here. But she seems different. Very different from the tiefling that you met back in Brime. She seems a bit more infernally inclined. And she looks over, and with a bit of a, not a scolding look, but sort of a, oh, why'd you bring new people into this house kind of look, she goes, Kalena, dear, we can't have guests in this house. I thought we made this perfectly clear. And Kalena says, oh, I know, but it's so few that we get of visitors and friends, and I got so excited. I'm sorry. And the servant just kind of, that's okay, child. That is okay. And she approaches the two of you and she says, well, as can be expected, welcome to Silvaine Manor. I am one of the servants here. And as you've already met Kalena, and she looks over at the ghost, and Kalena looks like she's kind of eager to have new friends.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to meet you. Miss, I didn't catch your name.
Her name is Ilarin.
Hello.
And she nods back and says, how do you do? We don't typically receive visitors, as you can imagine, but, well, you put your hand on the skull out in the quarter house, didn't you?
We
did.
Then we are bound to serve you as guests of the house.
Oh.
Mighty kind.
And she slowly nods.
We originally had to come down here to look for a few missing children from Brime. It's I can tell by the handprint on the skull that they are also here, or also were here.
Well, unfortunately, unlike our ghostly friend here, the few servants of us that remain do not know their whereabouts in this mansion. Unfortunately, we are just as much prisoners here as those children might be. And Kalena looks over and she says, that's a mean way to put it. And Ilarin looks back at her and she says, oh, child, if only you knew. And she looks over at you two and she says, the master of the house was given servants when the manor was entrusted to him. Our contract says that we are bound to serve the Silvaine family as long as it is occupied by a member of the Silvaine family and their guests. And she looks over at Kalena and she says, the manor is currently occupied by Kalena.
Oh.
So Kalena, is your mom or dad home?
She slowly looks away and she says, well, and Ilarin, despite not really being able to touch her incorporeal form, she puts a hand up to her shoulder and she says, Kalena, why don't you go find, what's his name again? Why don't you go find Azagao? And Kalena says, yes, okay, yes, thank you. And she slowly begins to make her way deeper into the mansion. And after she leaves, Ilarin says, her parents passed 10 years ago. Her father was slain by the demon that took residence here, and her mother was, well, her mother was a paladin of Torm. And she, to her dying breath, put a binding spell on the demon and on the mansion, ensuring that the demon could never escape. And I'm afraid it took the last bit of strength that she had. Now,
I'm quite sorry to hear that.
Now, I must inform you that these halls are not safe. Not from the devils that currently reside as the servants of this great house, but rather of the demons that have taken residence. They roam the halls seeking for any to add to the ritual's undoing, shall we say. And that includes devils like me and other servants that have been here in the past. We live in constant hiding. There are a number of smaller demons that roam the halls looking for anyone that they might be able to, well, call a bigger demon to handle. We call those little ones cacklers. And
I kind of murmur that explains one thing.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm aware, there are two larger demons that reside here. The biggest problem that is going to be pertinent is a Bulezao, a goat-like demon. You will smell it before you see it.
I grimace at the thought.
It is not difficult for us to hide from the Bulezao when it makes its rounds. The cacklers are the ones that are the problem. They are the watchdogs of the Bulezao.
I see. And if we were to take care of the Bulezao problem, that would release you from your contractual obligations, so to speak?
No. The Bulezao is merely a servant of the grander demon at work here. The demon in question is a Babao. A silly name, I know, but...
Do I know anything about babaos?
Roll me a religion check, and Ezekiel, you may do the same. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. All right.
18.
18 and 14. You both do know about babaos. Let me look it up.
Sure do know a lot about them.
You do know a lot about them. So you know, and this ties into what you know about demons and devils. Demons and devils clash endlessly for control of the lower planes, that being the Hells and the Abyss. One of these battles pitted the legions of the archdevil Glacia against the screaming horrors of the demon lord Grazd. It is said that when Glacia wounded Grazd with her sword, the first babaos arose where his blood struck the ground. Their sudden appearance helped rout Glacia and secured Grazd's place as one of the preeminent demon lords of the Abyss. A babao demon has the cunning of a devil and the bloodthirstiness of a demon. It has leathery skin pulled tight over its gaunt frame, and a curved horn protruding from the back of its elongated skull. A babao's baleful glare can weaken a creature, and its talons gleam with acidic slime.
Awful.
Yes, they are incredibly awful. Fortunately, the babao has been sequestered to a large chamber on the second floor. If you end up walking up the stairs, you'll be across from it. However, entry into that room is sealed. It is the Bulezao that you will have to be careful of outside of that room.
And would taking care of the Bulezao get us entry into that room to take care of the other problem?
The key
Or is
to
there a
entering
secret way in?
the key to entering that room is finding the mistress's ring of Torm. It was integral to the binding ritual in this place, and it will open the door.
Okay.
And where might we find this ring?
That I am unsure of. I am sorry.
Well, I suppose if she fell during the ritual, then perhaps the location that she cast it from might be pertinent to check?
Perhaps. There are 2 ritual rooms, aside from the main one that the Babao is currently held in. But there are 2 ritual rooms in this manor. I would show you to one of them, but it is on the 2nd floor, and that is being heavily patrolled by the Boulezao.
And the other?
The other is in the northeast wing of this manor. It is larger. It is primarily where the Babao had entered from. That is where the ritual that went wrong took place.
See. Well, sounds as good a lead as any.
And would how much of this is a silly question to ask, but I'm assuming simply slaying the demons is enough to be able to let us out of here, let you out of here, so to speak?
Slaying the Babao should be enough to let you out. Its presence is what tethers those who are trapped here, well, here.
Okay.
Before
At least
we...
that's pretty nice, straightforward.
Indeed. Before we go poking our noses anywhere else, we do need to ask, there are some children that are possibly about. Do you know where they might be?
I have seen them, but I do not know where they have been held up. I do know that we tried to assist them as best as we could, for fear of, if enough blood has been spilled by the hands of these demons, that the Babao would escape and wreak havoc across the countryside. Not that that's any of our concern, but it is a concern of ours that the Babao remain locked away. And before you think of it, the servants and I are not exactly fighters. We cannot assist in combat if it comes down to it. We do enough fighting for our lives when a cackler happens upon us when we are just trying to go about our daily duties. We've already lost a few of our number.
Well,
It was luck.
hopefully
It was luck that allowed us to even kill a cackler in the first place. Despite how weak they are. In comparison, anyway.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, in comparison to other demons, of course. The Boulezao is a far
The
step
luck.
above. The luck?
How did you get lucky to defeat them?
We ganged up on one. We had a meeting and it happened upon us. And fortune had it that we were able to get the jump on it, as it were, before it had a chance to raise the alarm.
Oh, my dear, that's just strategy.
Make a persuasion check.
Me?
Yes.
Great. Another charisma-based check. Oh, hell yeah.
She smiles a little bit coyly, but she looks at you and she says, "A charmer, aren't you?" But yes.
I do my best.
But yes. Perhaps there was a little bit of strategy involved. And as
I like my evil women.
as she speaks for a little bit, you all begin to smell something rancid. And she pauses for a moment and she says, Wait.
Oh.
I believe something is coming. The Boulezao. It's on its way. You need to hide. Now.
Is
And
the room across the way locked, or that one open as well?
That's where I was going to hide, yes. If you wish to hide with me, please do your best to stay quiet.
Now, I look up at the bookshelves. Do they reach all the way to the ceiling?
They do.
Is there any spaces that a lithe otterfolk might fit that I can see from where I'm at?
You
Or are
might
they
be able
all
to fit.
filled with books?
You might be able to fit on one of the shelves, but that's about it in terms of the bookshelves.
I decided to go with them when they leave.
Okay.
I'm going to take the quick option, and I'm going to do my Armor of Shadows invocation and quickly cast the Mage Armor on myself.
Okay. You gain 13 AC plus your dex.
Yay!
Well, that's your total AC.
Yeah. 15.
Ilarin is going to run up this way, and she says, "Hide with me if you must, but stay quiet."
Yeah.
Follow her.
And she opens the door, and it is purely just a study. And she steps inside. And as you...
Before
Yes?
stepping in, I just want to kind of glance around, see if I notice anything.
Perception check. Or is there anything specific you're looking for?
Just anything that would stand out to me as concerning.
Perception check. Another 14. You see a few
Consistent.
opened books, but nothing too out of the ordinary.
I step in and I head towards at least one of the open books.
Ilarin closes the door behind you suddenly, and you pause for a few moments, and then you hear a and there's a presence that's across from the library from your door. And you hear the door open across the way, and you hear hoofed footsteps. And then you hear the large
There are
sounds
sound
of,
effects.
Yeah, I'm trying to do sound effects. You hear loud sniffing sounds, like he's sniffing the air, and you hear low like rumbling, almost a low growl sort of sound coming from this demon that entered the room. And then you hear more hoofed footsteps. As it begins to approach the far wall, closer to where you are. And it does the sniff again, and you smell a horrid, rancid scent as you hear it approaching this side of the room. I need you to make stealth checks.
Bollocks.
Oh no.
I'm gonna use a lucky point.
All right, please do.
Let's see here. Where'd it go? Down. Boop. All right, we're doing that again. That was awful. Boop. Better.
The demon comes up right to the door, and Ilarin looks to the two of you and puts a finger to her lips silently, without making a sound. And you hear across the door, this scent is absolutely vile. I am going to need the both of you to make me, I believe, a Constitution saving throw. Okay. 20 for Otter, 8 for Ezekiel. Otter, you're able to hold your breath without having to inhale any of this noxious scent. Ezekiel, you feel yourself retch with unimaginable, just revolt to this scent that is assailing your senses. You take, if it stops rolling, you take 6 damage, necrotic.
Ugh. Dang.
You manage to stay quiet enough that you don't make a sound when you feel your life essence drain from you from the scent alone. And the
Man.
demon on the other side of the door. You hear it sniffing. And it begins to walk away. And you hear it kind of rummage around for a little bit. And you hear some frustrated grunts. But eventually, you hear the footsteps fade away. And you hear nothing on the other side.
I stop holding my breath into the very exaggerated.
Ilaran looks to the both of you and says, I think we've avoided it for now.
Ooh, that was rough.
That was the Boule Zao.
Yeah. Oof.
Kind of fan myself with my hat, just trying to gather myself again.
It is a nasty piece of work, that one.
Ooh. Didn't know that just being near the thing, the smell alone, it felt like I was just dying from the smell.
Yes. Yes, that is part of what makes them so awful.
I look at Ezekiel to kind of gauge his status overall, and just thinking maybe I should have something on hand. I believe I have the Goodberry spell.
You do.
I would like to cast Goodberry.
Okay. You cast Goodberry.
Woo!
Goodberry is a first level spell. You will use a first level spell slot.
Yes. Let's see here. How do I don't know how to...
Okay. So let me take a look at your character sheet and I can guide you through it.
Yes, please.
Okay, so opening up Otter, you go to your spells tab. So you remember where core bio spells were? Yes.
Yep.
And then just tick your first level spell slot down to 3.
Okay, cool. All
There you go.
And how many good berries do I produce? I believe there's a randomized number.
You produce up to 10 berries. So it's however many you want.
I'll produce the full 10.
Okay. And you hand one to Ezekiel.
Yes, sir.
Boom.
And Ezekiel,
Thank you.
you regain 1 hit point.
Ooh, yummy.
I put the rest of the berries in my bag.
Okay. And Ilaran looks at you and she says, a druid, are you?
I am.
Oh.
Seems that whatever's going on here with the demons affecting the very land, so it is my duty to look deeper into this if I can, and perhaps just put a stop to it.
That would be a fair assumption, yes. Well, for now, I believe we should reconvene with one of the other servants, or perhaps Kalena.
I
Agreed.
agree, and put my ear to the door, just making sure I don't hear anything unusual.
You... Give me a perception check. "24. You hear nothing outside the door in the library, but you're pretty sure, especially because of your high roll, you are damn sure it went upstairs.
I nod and push the door, or pull the door open, or whatever direction the door opens.
Okay. You pull open the door, and all that's left is a faint whiff. Nothing strong, but a faint whiff of the stench that was pervading the area before.
I'm gonna step out into the library again.
Okay.
Dreadful, dreadful thing. Oof.
Ugh,
Yes.
truly awful.
Yes. Imagine our surprise when one of the demons that we must evade is, well, a creature of fetid stench.
Certainly unfortunate.
Immensely unfortunate. Even the 9 hells didn't smell this bad. And that's all fire and brimstone and sulfur.
I'm gonna take a couple of steps kind of further out and, peer around this bookshelf here.
The door has been left open, but there's nothing else here.
I gesture to Ezekiel and start heading towards the door.
All right. Away we go.
Lauren follows along, and she says, well, if we are going to meet up with Kalena, I presume it's probably best that we find the place where Azagao is currently residing. Azagao is an imp, one of the lower demonic forms of hell. More suited to fighting than we servants are, but so less sophisticated and so less civilized.
Sounds like a charmer.
But we shall go. Perhaps we'll find Kalena there. And
I step back into the main foyer behind her.
she actually takes the lead, and she begins to lead you to where Azagao and Kalena might be. And she opens up this door in front of her, and it leads to a kind of a grand chamber of just all sorts of things. It looks like the sort of place that people would entertain, primarily to kind of show off the affluent wealth, to show off, there's a piano in the corner here, there's a display case of things here, there's a dragon's head here, a few different kinds of dragonkin's head on this wall here.
Oh.
And a series of instruments down here. And she pokes around a little bit with her head, and she says, "This way is clear."
I sniff the air to see if there's any hint of the smell from before.
You smell it, and it does smell like it's coming from upstairs.
Okay. I will follow into the room then.
And she says, "To the northeast is where I believe Kalena must be."
All right.
And she walks up to this door up here.
I'll go ahead and follow.
And the door is currently... Yes?
Just do I get any kind of unpleasant vibes off of our friend here?
Off of Alarin?
Yeah.
Give me an insight check.
Just because I'm having like a thought.
You get the sense that, despite the fact that she is an evil creature, there's no sense of deception or ulterior motive here. When she said that she was contractually bound to aid the Silvaine family and their guests, she meant it.
Alright. I cautiously... I'm assuming there's a door over near where she's at now?
Yes, right here.
And I gesture towards the door and say, so in there you think that Kalena might have gone?
I believe so, yes. This is one of Azagao's favorite hiding spots. And
Kind of.
Azagao and Kalena have developed a, albeit lost on me, a sort of friendship. She finds the little imp charming, in a sense. The way she puts it, he is a silly-looking little guy.
Just a little birthday boy, just a little guy.
Little guy!
I
She
smirk at that and then kind of gesture at the door. Ladies first.
What manners? And she opens the door, and as she opens the door, the imp that Kalena is talking to, Azagao, he's startled by the door opening, and he just, and he flies over to the other side of the table and hides under the table. And Kalena says, "Oh, no, it's okay, they're friends, it's just a Lauren and some new people." And Alarin steps in and she says, Mistress Kalena, I do not understand why you deal with such a creature. And Kalena says, well, he's just a little guy.
I peer around the room, keeping half an eye on Azagal, and do I see anything interesting?
It looks like this is sort of a, kind of like a family room, but it looks more so like it's been taken over by maps and charts and letters of the like.
Not really sure how to jump into the conversation. I decide to headbutt my way forward with it. And Kalena, we were hoping that you might know where the children who were here before might have gone off to.
I don't know. I knew that there was 2 older boys, and there was one that was closer to my age, but
Oh yeah, young Weskin and his friends.
yes, that's it, Weskin, yes. I think he might still be alive. Last I saw him just yesterday, I think. I saw him upstairs.
Oh, that's great news.
But as far as the others are concerned, I don't know where they are. And Azagao, he pokes his head up over the table. He says, "You're looking for 3 young boys?"
Yes, their home, the town of Brime's real concerned about them. The father, young Weskin in particular.
Well, that's a that's a shame for a town to lose such fine young men. And Alarin just kind of looks over him and says, "Stop feigning concern. It's not becoming of you." And Azagao just kind of, He kind of grunts in frustration.
Bluntly, I step through Kalena, not really thinking too much about her presence as it goes back.
You phase right through her.
Yep. Addressing Azagal, I asked, "Do you know where the boys are?"
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I seem to.
Would you like to insight check him?
I would like to insight check him.
All right, insight check him.
Insight.
Okay, Ezekiel, would you like to do the same?
Oh yeah. But
you both think that he's trying to cover his ass. He might know something.
I'm gonna climb on the table to get a little closer to him.
He backs up a little bit towards the fire, and he goes, I swear, I know nothing.
I'm just gonna cross my arms and been like, well, I just can't help but imagine. As far as Mr. Lauren had said, you are duty bound to help the guests of the house as well as the family, yes? So why would you...
No. Hold on, just one sec. The servants are here to tend to the Silvaine family and their guests. I am not a servant of the Silvaine family. And Alarin smirks and says, "So what are you then? Because you're certainly no help in the kitchen or in the bedrooms where there's cleaning to be done." And Azagao says, "Well, I suppose, I don't really know what my purpose is here. Kalena found me in one of the rooms, and she became my friend."
Gonna hop down on the other side of the table. Again, I'm rather short, so it's kind of a scurrying motion over the table and say, "Now listen to Azagal. I know you say you don't know what your purpose is, but right now it could be to help put everything to rights. So if you know something...
Give me an intimidation check. 16. He starts stammering. He's like, and he
Terrifying 3-foot-tall idiot.
and he backs up into the fire, and it doesn't really seem like the fire is doing much to hurt him, but you see that he pushes away a panel that what you first thought was solid stone, it gives way, and there's a secret door behind this fireplace. And he kind of falls through.
Right.
Ah!
So I step a little bit closer and just, well, this looks like something that might be helpful.
Very well.
Loop around the table.
And Kalina says, I didn't know there was a room there. And
kind of realizing that I stepped right through her, I turn around and kind of quietly say, I worry there might be a lot you don't know.
Ilarin says, I believe the so-called jig is up as a gal. And using a cast of thaumaturgy, Ilarin extinguishes the flames, allowing you to pass. When you fully see the door opened up, you see beyond the fireplace, there's a ritual room.
Oh.
And there is a fresh body of a teenage boy.
Kind of not impolitely, but definitely firmly, I push past Azagal and approach the body.
And they say, I have no manners.
I flick him slightly with my tail as I pass.
And he moves aside so Ezekiel can pass.
Yeah. I'll just bow slightly and before I duck into the room.
There's a lot wrong with this room. It is... It's kind of chilling to be here.
Yeah.
I would like both of you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Love it.
You both are able to hold yourselves well enough that it doesn't bother you too much, but just the grisly sight of this room is enough to send a chill down your spine again.
Oh wait, hold on, sorry. I went to the picture of the body on the map, but the token there is actually the body, huh?
Yes, the token there is the body.
Oh, my error.
You'll notice that it has an X through it that denotes a dead body.
Yeah, now I get it.
Yes.
So I don't want to enter the circle, but I want to get as close as I can and take a look at the body.
Kalina says, I can't enter that room. What's in there?
I call back out. Nothing, Kalina. Nothing of concern.
Nothing good.
Ilarin steps through and she says, so this is where the Babao entered from. I see. It reeks with his essence.
Now, do I understand enough about the ritual circle to know whether or not it's safe to move into it?
Give me a religion check.
Oof.
Your knowledge of demon kind and devil kind doesn't extend too much into a ritual circle, but you feel certain that you could step in it and not feel any adverse effects aside from the obvious ones of, hey, this is kind of messed up.
Right. Well, in that case, I'm going to get closer to the body and investigate it.
Okay. You step onto the ritual circle and nothing happens. You lean
feeling
down.
more comfortable now that nothing happened.
You look down at the body and make me a medicine check. Ooh, nice 20. You investigate the body, and a lot of the wounds that are on the body appear to be made with some form of corrosive claw.
No surprises there, I suppose. So, if the Babao was summoned before these boys got here, then what killed this one?
Alarn looks over at you and she says, "The creatures that roam these halls have been doing their due diligence to expedite the process of this ritual to free the Babao from its bonds.
Do I see...
Most likely,
Sorry,
the other ritual room in this house may already have another body. Considering what's happened to this poor soul."
Glancing around the room, do I notice any other ways to enter the room?
There are none. This is a secret room.
Then how did the body get here? I say aloud.
Most likely a cackler brought it in.
I kind of gesture at the fireplace, and do the cacklers know about the hidden buttons that had to be pressed?
The panel opened up pretty much just when the imp pressed back against that panel. It swings right open. And Alarn mentions, she says, the Babao would have known about the secret entrance and would have told its subordinates where to place the bodies should a ritual need to happen.
I nod and kind of move to the other side of the circle, just looking to see if there's anything else of interest.
Give me a perception check. Ezekiel, what would you like to do in the meantime?
I'm going to say it's once all this nasty business is taken care of, we should be able to bring them bodies out of here, right? Or at least bury them outside, or at least bring them back to Brime, so that way someone can tend to them.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
While he says that, I kind of just glance over my shoulder and say, I sure ain't gonna be the one carrying him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Otter, you look down, and you notice a strange glint at the base of the statue that's at the top of the ritual circle. You kneel down to investigate it, and it looks like there's a ring.
Do I notice anything foreboding about the ring before as I reach out for it?
You look it over, and give me a religion check. You know that the girl's mother was a paladin of Torm, specifically. You don't know much about this ring, but what you do know is that this does not belong to any benevolent god.
I'm gonna hesitate to touch it and call Ezekiel over.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and I'll take a look and see if I can ascertain.
Okay, you take a look at this ring, and it is a ring of Asmodeus.
Oh.
Asmodeus being one of the chief entities of hell, and essentially the patron god of all devils.
Well,
while this is not a demonic ring, it still gives you the ick to pick it up.
Well,
Alarin looks over at it and says,
belong to anyone here.
Alarin looks over at it and says, that must have been a conduit for the original ritual circle, now overtaken by demonic forces.
Yeah. Oh, nasty piece of business. Now, toss the ring aside.
Yeah.
Not for us.
Very well.
Just, I'm gonna start heading towards the door, walking around the body, and as I do, I'm gonna kind of just gesture to him and say, should we leave him in the circle, or should we get him out of here first?
Yeah, sure.
Give me a religion check, both of you. Otter, you're not too sure, but Ezekiel, the blood has already been spilt. It doesn't matter if he moves from the circle or not anymore.
Yeah. Well, the deed's been done, so we can leave him here until the business is done, and
I nod and
if we can't carry him out, then we can at least leave it outside for someone else to come get it. At least have that alternative Lauren have been like, if you don't mind watching over the body until we get back after the deed's done, or at least watch over it until someone comes to get it later.
She furrows her brow a little bit and she says, I don't mean to be insensitive, as can be expected of mortal creatures as yourselves, but does it really matter what happens to the body anymore? Does it really need someone watching over it? I have other things to be doing with my time. I may be a prisoner in these halls, but I am a servant of the Silvaine family, and as long as Kalena still resides here, I am going to do my duties.
I'm gonna get a little bit closer and say, well, one of your duties should be keeping house.
And I intend on doing just that. Otter, give me a persuasion check.
Why is the guy with the negative charisma doing all the talking?
I mean, you're making some decent rolls, so I mean, keep doing what you're doing. Ilarin crosses her arms as she looks down at you, Otter, and for a moment, her eyes meet yours, and you see a kind of like two burning coals in her head. And she pauses for a moment, and that burning subsides for a moment. She says, I will move the body to where it can be more easily watched over by one of the servants.
At least until someone from Brime comes to get it. We're not asking you to watch over it forever, just until at least the curmudgeon someone else can probably take care of it.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I kind of utterly slither past her and just say, and if we die, then don't worry about it.
Yes, I won't lose sleep over it. And you enter
the room.
You enter back into this room, and I think now is a good time to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we will continue the adventure in Silvaine Manor. Be right back, everyone. And we are back.
Screaming.
With all of what Ilarin has just informed you of, she will not be accompanying you for the rest of the manor. However, Kalena and Azagao are still here. Azagao, a little bit, I guess, a little bit begrudgingly, but Kalena had been talking to him, and he's agreed to help.
Nice. Cool.
Ezekiel, do you walk back into the previous room?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like both of you to tell me your passive perceptions. This should be under your ability scores.
10.
How do I... Where
So,
where am I looking?
So your ability scores your passive wisdom, and in parentheses it says perception.
I'm having a whole ass shot. I'm trying to find it right now. Huh?
So you know where your skills are? It's directly under your skills.
So I see wisdom on the left-hand side.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, and it'll be a little bit below that. So where it'll go like wisdom, charisma, there should be
Oh, Jesus, it's
bar.
right there.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
15.
15? And what'd you say yours was,
Ooh.
Ezekiel?
10.
Okay. Otter, you notice that amidst some of the letters and some of the papers and documents that are on the table, there's one that stands out. It looks like it's made on a very particular piece of vellum. The edges of the paper are charred heavily. This looks like it is a piece of paper that may be infernal make.
I'm gonna approach it and reach down and pick it up.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm choking a protein bar over here.
You pick it up and you begin to read this letter. Well, not really much of a letter. This is a copy of the contract that the father had made. A lot of it is difficult to make sense of, as it looks to be written with a vast amount of legalese. Essentially the language of lawyers. What you can make sense of states that the devil that they were dealing with was of the name Zaxiel, and had offered to Lord Silvaine a mansion and a modest amount of wealth.
Do I see anything in the contract that may explain what the devil got in return?
Give me an investigation check.
Finding anything interesting over there?
I kind of, with my open hand, I kind of gesture towards the paper I'm reading.
With a 12, you notice that the contract has a tendency to loop itself a lot in an effort to kind of be confusing. All you're really able to tell is that this devil was going to ask for a favor later.
Ah.
I hand it over to Ezekiel to say, do you see anything that may give us a little bit more information?
Ezekiel,
Take it now. Give it a quick run over.
Make an investigation check with advantage. You are a warlock. You are no stranger to contracts and pacts.
Which one are you going to take?
Not natural. I'm going to take the 20.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Ezekiel.
Oh, guys, hold on. The bean is yelling.
Okay. I will give it.
Child.
I will give it a brief moment before explaining what's on the paper. Otter, I believe you were the one that found a written copy of Lord Silvaine's contract with a devil. And just to reiterate, this is a written copy of the contract that the father took. A lot of it is difficult to make sense of, as it looks to be written with a vast amount of legalese, like lawyer speak. What you can make sense of states that the devil, by the name of Zaxiel, has offered to Lord Silvaine a mansion and a modest amount of wealth. And that is where we are going to pick back up.
All right.
Okay, so I guess I would just so the it's not like a magical paper. Like, have I investigated that yet, or should I do that?
You can, if you want to roll me an investigation check.
Yes. Once I find the button.
It should be on the left-hand side of your character sheet, next to your ability scores.
I closed the character sheet by accident.
Whoops.
Okay, that was the investigation?
Yes. All right, 6. There's nothing really special about it. It looks like it's just kind of written on regular parchment, regular ink. And it's just... It appears that this would most likely just be the father's copy of the contract.
Okay, I offer the contract over to Ezekiel to take a look at.
Let me see here. I'm just gonna take a once over and be like, yeah, nope, it's pretty standard stuff. Well, minus all the lawyery mumbo jumbo, pretty standard for warlocks. I mean, I didn't take a paper copy of mine, but I know there are others that will, just in case.
This contract in question, however, makes no mention of Lord Silvaine being brought into a warlock contract. This is purely for the manor and a modest sum of wealth at the very least.
Yeah.
And I want to look at it a little bit closer and just see if I can find out what it is that Lord Silvaine had offered in return for aforementioned wealth and property.
Okay. So from what it looks like, the devil Zaxiel did not immediately request something of Lord Silvaine. From what it seems, Zaxiel had asked only for a favor of his choosing to be completed when the time comes. So he would come knocking for a favor.
I just kind of mutter, nothing. It's bad enough being a lawyer, got to be a demon too.
Well, sometimes they're one and the same. Our old saying, all lawyers go to hell.
I scuffle my foot around the fireplace. I'm going to be honest, I'm looking for rocks.
You're looking for rocks. Okay. Give me another investigation check.
Come on, big rocks.
Okay. All right. Aside from maybe some loose brickwork, you don't see any quote-unquote rocks. It's mostly just charcoal and ash and soot.
Dang. Well, I suppose we should probably talk about the giant man-eating stink-ass elephant, hopefully not in the room, but we do have another demon to deal with in the meantime, and/or devil. I'm not sure what the difference is.
So, the imp above you and the servant that is also still in the ritual room, they are devils. Devils are lawful by nature, and this is just a refresher from the last session that we played. Devils adhere to a strict sense of law and order. There's a hierarchy, there is a system that they employ. Everything they do is very orderly. It is very by the book. They are the ones that are more likely to make bargains, deals, contracts, and they will uphold them to the letter as well. Demons, however, are the embodiment of chaos. They are brutes. They are killers. They will commit wanton destruction for the love of it. They have no care, no desire to make deals or bargains or contracts. So that is why there's a little bit of a not a panic, but tension in the manor, because where these devils were just kind of doing business as normal, they have to do so in secrecy so that they don't get found out by the demons that are roaming the halls. Because the demons will absolutely just try to rock their shit.
Okay, so it is in fact a demon that's stinking up the place.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, then I say out loud, I think we got a rather stinky problem we still have to address that's stalking around before we can take care of the bigger issues.
Ilarin steps through the fireplace briefly, and she says, "Yes, the Boulezau is wandering the halls. However, the Boulezau is not the prime target. Upstairs, there is a large main chamber that is steadfastly locked by a divine seal. And that divine seal is what is keeping that demon locked within this manor.
A little bit snarkily, I'm going to be like, well, I don't know about you, but I don't think I want to bully, and I just kind of wave off the rest of the name,
Okay.
popping up behind us while we're trying to deal with the Holy Seal.
What you remember from first meeting Alarin in the library was you will smell the Boule Zao before you even see it, and before it even sees you. She did mention, however, that you will need to be careful of the cacklers that are roaming the halls, as they are a little bit easier to sneak up on someone and alert the Boule Zao to your location.
Well, I still feel like we should go ahead and perhaps consider our options while we do this.
Yeah. It would be easier to take care of one problem at one time instead of, two problems at one time. Plus,
That's
we
what
also
I'm
still
saying.
have to find the other ring, the ring of Torm,
Yes.
for the ritual.
Also, what you recall
The binding
from
seal.
Also, what you recall from the last session that we played was that the mother, Lady Silvaine, in a future, well, in a previous career, she was a paladin of Torm, so she had a vested interest in not dealing with devils or demons, for that matter. And she was the one that sealed away the demon in this manner to begin with, and her ring of Torm is the key to most of this.
I just kind of clear my throat awkwardly and pat Ezekiel on the leg, since I'm shorter than him. Be like, well, my boy, I'm glad one of us remembered. It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay that you forgot.
Yeah.
And I quickly turn sideways just so I don't have to look at his face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kalena
I just chuckle.
Kalena at the front of the room, she looks between the two of you and she says, "Did you find something that might help?"
Somewhat. We did find what appeared to be where the other demon had come from, but it's rather grisly inside there.
Oh,
I just kind of jab Ezekiel's side and hop over the table. No, nothing you need to worry about, dear. On another topic, did your mother have any special places in this house that we might know about?
well, she... and she slowly begins to withdraw a little bit as you ask her that. She says, My mother wouldn't want me telling strangers, I suppose."
Well, I'd hate to try and pry, but we do know we had picked up that she had been the one to steal the original demon away with one of her rings, a holy ring. So we were hoping that with that we'd be able to take care of the demon that we had sealed away, so everything can go. And I just kind of move like around, just kind of be like, is back to normal, I guess, or as normal as it could be.
Ezekiel, make me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
Well,
19.
my mother did always kind of hate the place. I might be able to bring you to a couple of places, but I don't want to go into some of these places. I wouldn't feel right doing that.
That is completely fair. We'd never ask you anything that you wouldn't want to do. As long as you can just point us in the right direction, my Otto and I should be able to handle the rest of it.
Indubitably.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. And Ilarin finally steps through the fireplace proper, and she says, "Perhaps Carver can help. He's another one of the servants here."
Oh,
last I checked, he was preparing food in the kitchen.
I'm getting
Hopefully that won't
antsy,
be
so I'm
too
gonna here at the word food. I'm gonna scoot right through. I keep forgetting her name.
Kalena.
Elena. Constantly forgetting that I can pass right through her since she's a ghost, and say, oh, "Yes, the kitchen. Where's the kitchen?"
It is the room directly south of us. We will just need to exit this door and move on to the next one.
Perfect.
I stare blankly at the word south.
She, you remember when you came in to the main grand hall?
Darling, left or right? It's a house.
She
Yeah.
She smiles and she says, "You just turn left and you keep walking to the far wall." And she's mentioning this door here.
Well, all right. Well, I suppose we better head on over and see how Master Carver is hanging up.
Kalena smiles and she says, "Oh, you'll like Mr. Carver. He's nice to me. A bit snippy, but he means well."
That's all that matters, is that he means well. So,
Yes.
and I get. And I'll go ahead and I'll start making my way downtown.
Okay.
Nobody panic, but I can't see the map right now.
I believe that is because I did a focus ping.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you now.
Okay, cool. So Ilarin will take the lead and she says, "Follow me." And she walks out the door. And she begins to lead you further into towards the south, closer to where you came in from. And she opens the door, and inside, you see that there is, in fact, what appears to be some form of kitchen. And as the door opens, you see Kalena's eyes widen as she gasps and she goes, "Oh!" And Ilarin steps inside and she says, "Carver, what's happened here?" And the older-looking tiefling that is inside seems to be holding the body of another tiefling. And Carver looks at the group of you and he says, "The damned Bulazau got Tremwin." And Ilarin sighs and says, "That's a shame. That leaves two of us. We're the only ones left, Carver."
Oh man!
Tremwin.
If you don't mind me asking, how many were you there before this ordered business started?
Ilarin looks back at you and she says, "There were 5. The first two,
Ooh.
well, the first one of us died because they were right outside the room when the Babao entered. And the one after that died when we attempted to kill one of the cacklers." Carver looks back down at the tiefling in his arms and he says, He went upstairs. He tried to find the kid. I don't know if he found him, but well, Ilarin and I haven't been upstairs at all today."
Wow.
And he slowly lowers the tiefling onto the floor and covers him with a burlap tarp. And he wipes his brow, and you see a smearing of blood come off his hand and marks his forehead. The body of the now deceased tiefling, from what it looks like, it was mangled. whatever
Oh.
did this to him, it did a number on him.
Damn. Ah, that's a damn shame.
Carver takes a handkerchief out of his pocket and he begins to wipe his hands clean, and then noticing that he got blood on his own forehead, he starts to wipe away at it. And he looks over and he says, "Oh, it seems that Kalena has brought some new friends into the mansion. My name is Carver."
I'll hit my hat a little and I'll say it's Ezekiel. We originally came here looking for a couple other children that had come through here, and we found one, unfortunately. Not in a state to be brought home, but
I kind of awkwardly scamper over the table as if I just remembered something important, but it's just to go over and just grab his hand and shake his hand. I do apologize. My name is Otto, druid of the land, and I'm so very sorry for your loss.
You kind of catch him by surprise as you clamber over the table to just to shake his hand, and he looks over at the table and back at you as you shake his hand, and he says, "Clearly they don't have tables where you're from.
They're much shorter."
I see. Well, pleasure to meet you. This here would have been Tremuin, foolhardy fellow he was. He was always the more action type."
Yes, grim business, that, grim business. Tell me, did you find him here, or what, did you find him upstairs?
I found him upstairs. He went upstairs yesterday to try and to look for the boy, but I was expecting the worst when he didn't come back down. And, well, it's about noon, I suppose, from what I can tell. And I feared the worst. I had to go find him. And I found him.
Still awkwardly shaking his hand, I go, yes, grim. I'm so very sorry for your loss. Now, I suppose you'll be helping us with what we have to do to make sure something like this doesn't happen again, right?
Ideally, yes. Any of the remaining people in this mansion that are not of fiendish origin are considered guests of Silvaine Manor, and therefore they are in our care. I know Tremuin went up to look for the boys that were remaining in this mansion, but I don't know if he'd found any of them. I don't even know if the boys are still alive upstairs. But I know the one a room over is, well. And Alarin nods and she says, "Yes, we're aware of what happened to him." And Carver looks back down at Tremuin and says, "Damn."
oh, still have a chance to find the other two.
As slim as that chance may be, a chance is better than none.
I finally let go of his hand and hop back up onto the table. So yes, my boy. So, can you tell us then, in the spirit of making sure we don't run into this horrible, tragic situation again, could you possibly tell us anything that might be of use in finding a specific belonging of the lady of the house?
You're asking for the Ring of Torm, ain't ya?
Is that obvious, is it?
Yeah, when we had the idea to go find it and take care of your demon problem so business can get back to, I guess, normal.
Well, it's most likely going to be upstairs. Don't exactly know where it was, but the lady had very few precious belongings. That was one of them. If you've heard of the legends, I suppose, if we could call them that now, Lord and Lady Silvaine were in relative poverty before our Lord Zaxael made a deal with them.
While he's talking, I'm just kind of pacing along the table, just knocking shit over as I go.
He notices. He's been watching you this whole time. Even when he's trying to talk to Ezekiel or Alarin, his eyes are fixed on you, and he just keeps, like, glancing at your feet as it's just going back and forth on the table. And he goes, I'm sorry, where did you say you were raised? And do they have manners there?
The woods?
Understandable. Please get down from the table.
I make sure to take the longest route across the table to get down.
He comes back over to where you were kind of stamping around, and he starts fixing all the stuff that was on the table. Stuff that got knocked over, he puts back on the table. Food gets back to prep ready, and he kind of gives you a bit of a stink eye before he turns back over to Alarin and Ezekiel, and he says, well, Tremwin went looking for the boys upstairs. That's probably the best way to start. As far as the Ring of Torm is concerned, I'm not sure where it would be. It may be in one of the many bedrooms that make up this great hall. It could be in one of the studies in the library. I'm not entirely sure. My best guess is it would be somewhere upstairs.
All right.
Worst case scenario is the Bulezau has it.
Well, if it does, then that would take care of 2 of our problems.
So either way, it sounds like going after the Bulezau might be our best option. I kind of scamper over here.
Yeah. I know we do have to worry about those cacklers running about, but I'm sure we should be able to figure out something, how to deal with them.
Alarin, she leans back against the wall that's next to the door, and she says, cacklers are not particularly dangerous on their own, but they have been known to be used as watchdogs from time to time for certain demons. Their cackling has been the alarm in which they sound.
Well,
Just
just
be aware that if you hear a voice that sounds like mine, or perhaps Carver's, or Kalena's, or maybe even a child, do not go near it. There is a very high chance it is a cackler disguising its own voice.
I see. Well, thank you. Definitely don't want to be caught off guard in this house.
Yes, indeed. Well, Carver, perhaps we should give the body a proper send-off back to the Hells. And Carver nods and says, I think that's for the best. And Alarin comes back up over with Carver, and she kneels down to the body, and she says, we will be in here should you require our help again, but this is where I leave you.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to find that ring and deal with all the problems quicker than we hope.
Yes, let's hope.
I pop my hat up as a salute and then scamper past. Good lord, why can I not remember this girl's name?
Kalena.
Kind of eager to move on.
All right.
Yeah.
Kalena says, may I continue to tag along with you two, if it's no problem?
Well, darling, we were counting on it.
Okay. Yeah, of course. And she kind of phases through the wall as she follows the two of you out.
All right. Yes. Here's the door. And I'll start. Excuse me. I'll start heading to the door where we had come in that would lead upstairs.
Okay. Before you open the door, give me a perception check, both of you.
Good.
Okay.
Let's go.
Otter, you are the one out of the two of you that hears this, but there is a rattling sound coming from this door up here in the northwest of the chamber. It sounds like the door is beginning to open.
Oh.
I kind of like reach my paw out and grab Ezekiel's, I guess, ankle, knee area, and just kind of gesture back towards the sound.
Yes. Oh. Oh. I guess we're about to have some company then.
Kalena's eyes widen a little bit as she says, oh, that's a cackler. That's a cackler. We gotta move. We must move. And she immediately phases through the wall.
All right. I'll go ahead and follow her.
All right. Make me a sleight of hand check to see if you're able to open the door quickly enough. Okay.
18.
Silently and quickly, you get the door open and you're able to slip out. Otter, you're able to follow behind.
And then close the door right behind us.
As you do so, you see coming through the door on the other side, you're able to kind of peek between the space between the two doors. You see a cackler. And he just came out of that door. And he's kind of sniffing around. He's...
Hey, quick question. Did we close the door behind ourselves when we went to the kitchen?
Yeah. Because we know that there's a whole bunch of, like, stuff around, so I imagine we would have just closed the door and left them to mourn.
Okay. I will allow that for this time. However, I will be watching out for that sort of thing.
Okay.
That's what I was worried
Just
about.
a fair warning, okay?
Okay.
But you do see this little kind of impish creature. Just kind of like... Yeah, he's just kind of sniffing around. He's just kind of like investigating around. And he looks to be... He's as if Azagao, the imp from the room you were in previously, if he was a bit meaner and nastier looking, and the difference here, though, is that the cackler does not have wings.
Ah. Creepy.
So I'm gonna I just want to look around the room real quick, just because I'm looking for rocks. Do I see anything that might contain rocks? Topiaries, little planters, anything?
Give me a perception check. Okay. Some of these statues that are around you of knights in armor and some of the stone walls, there are some loose rocks in the middle of some of the mortar. If you are trying to collect rocks for the purposes of magic stone,
that's correct.
These will work.
Okay, I am going to go over to one of those things to gather. I think I can carry 3 of them, so I'm picking up 3 rocks.
Okay, you gather 3 rocks, and these will be acceptable for magic stone.
Okay, I will then cast magic stone on them.
Okay. You cast magic stone on these rocks, and they begin to glow a faint, glistening, gleaming. You now have 3 magic stones.
I'm going to scoot back over to Ezekiel and offer him 2 of them.
Oh. All right. Thank you. And I will take 2 of the rocks.
Okay.
And, a notable, more serious aspect has overtaken the druid after seeing the demon.
Okay. You now have 3 magic rocks, which, when they are thrown or hurled with a sling, if they make contact, they will do 1d6 plus Otter's spellcasting ability modifier. which is pretty much going to be your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus. But Kalena looks to the two of you and she says, "Okay, well, if you'd like to continue to investigate down here, there's more to the study if you'd like to check there, or we can go right upstairs. It might be a little bit more dangerous up there, but if that's where you'd like to go next, the stairs are right here."
What do you think, Otter? Should we go and investigate these other rooms down here before we head up, or should we just go ahead and see where upstairs takes us?
A quick once-over won't hurt anything, and I kind of just scurry over to the door.
Okay, do you open the door?
I am going to attempt to open the door.
Okay, you reach out to the handle, and you do manage to open it. It doesn't seem locked. If my laptop would work. There we go. You open the door. That's what you're trying to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. You open the door, and it opens up to a great feasting hall. It currently seems empty. It looks as though there is food out, however, some of it appears to have gone bad. It doesn't look like anyone's actually used this room for its main purpose in some time.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I don't think that we're going to find much of use in here, do you?
Nah. As much as I'd love to take a load off and have something to eat, now is not the best time.
Of the two things that you notice firsthand when you look inside the room is there's a wine rack up here, and there is a door here that leads back into the kitchen.
Ah, okay.
And, there's also another wine rack right here.
Ah.
So there's a lot of wine in this room.
Yeah.
While I could use a drink, I don't think this is the right time, and I just kind of pull the door closed behind myself abruptly.
Yeah.
Okay. You close the door behind you.
Slam!
Do you slam the door?
No. No, that was a sarcastic slam.
As the DM, I have to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you would have been right because I did say it, but no.
Kalena is keeping an eye on this door, just making sure that the cackler isn't approaching either your door or the door to the kitchen. And so far, it seems as though she's just kind of keeping an eye on it as it seems to just kind of amble around.
So I know there was that other room we didn't go into in the library. I suppose we can go ahead and take a peek-see in there. And I'll slowly open the door, make sure nothing's in there first.
I seem a bit exasperated, but I follow behind.
Okay. There were two rooms in the library that you could check out. You do open the door and there's nothing inside. But there's a door here and there's a door here. It appears there are two more study areas in this library.
I'll go and check out the bottom door.
Okay.
I'll scoot along, and since he's doing that, I just kind of absently go over to this door and reach for the handle.
Okay, you both open your doors. And they're just a couple of studies. It looks like they're sort of for different things. One looks like it might have belonged to the lord of the house, and another one looks like it might have belonged to the lady of the house. Otter, you walk in to... Otter, you walk into the one that looks like it belonged to the husband. Ezekiel, you walk into the one that looks like it belonged to the lady, the wife.
Ooh. Alright. I'll go ahead and give give the room a look over, see if I can find that ring, just in case it is down here.
Okay.
I hop over to the desk area and start rifling through drawers if we have them. That's
Okay.
never a good sign.
Otter, if you'd like to make an investigation check as well. Matt, you poke around, and you're not... You're not entirely sure what exactly you're looking for aside from that ring, including anything that might hint at where the ring could be. You start to kind of shuffle through some of the papers on the desk, and you do find there is what appears to be a it looks like a diagram, an infernal diagram of some sort. From what you can tell, this is a diagram of how to summon the exact devil to barter for another bargain. It looks as though some of the words needed to be written in infernal script, and they've been smudged slightly on the page. Specifically, the part that contains the devil's name.
I see.
Do you have... You don't have infernal as a language, do you?
No, I have common and primordial.
Okay. So for right now, you don't know... Your previous conversations with Alarin and Carver, they made mention... Well, actually, no, not conversations with them. From the letter that you and Otter read in that previous room next to the ritual room, you know the specific devil's name was Zaxiel.
Okay.
But
Definitely doesn't look like that on the paper, but I don't know because I can't read it.
And that is probably the same sort of thing that happened to someone who doesn't also know infernal.
I'll take them with me, just in case we go back to Ilarin and Carver and see if they might be able to figure out what it says, or if there's a way to make our job a little easier.
Otter, your investigation leads you also to a open book that is on the desk. It looks like a journal or diary of some sort, and it's written. It appears to be written in a hand that you're familiar with it from the previous room. It's most likely Lord Silvaine's handwriting. It reads, "It has been a month since we allowed the Infernal One into our house. He offered us a promise of riches and affluence, so we may never want. The wife would never go for it. I got enough of that from her after the fact. But he promised a lifetime of comfort and safety for our daughter. How could I refuse? What kind of father would I be if I didn't do what was best for my family? I know my wife's path of the paladin steers her true, and she, unprovoked I might add, smote one of our first employed devils on the spot. But she will see, soon enough, that this boon is necessary." And that is the passage that is currently open on the desk.
I want to see if there's anything else. Like, if that's the open one, I want to see if there's anything in the earlier entries that might help a little bit.
A lot of what is in previous pages and some other scattered documents across the table, a lot of it just appears to be servant assignments, him trying to remember the names of the servants, activities for Kalena, and essentially trying to write out the best possible way to apologize to his wife.
I just kind of read it all and just close the book and just I do one more kind of visual once over of the room, see if I notice anything interesting.
Okay. Give me one more investigation check.
I don't see shit.
You're having a rough time trying to find anything else. It doesn't seem like this room has much else in it except for maybe studying materials for certain topics. But nothing
Yeah,
seems pertinent to the task at hand.
I just kind of chuff and leave the room.
All right, you both exit your studies. And you meet back up in the
No
library.
ring, but
Yeah.
I did find the designs for the summoning circle. I can't read much of it because it's an infernal, but might be something. If we can bring it back to Kava and Alarin, maybe they might be able to make some sense of it. If it wasn't all that's safe.
Do I know enough to speak on the nature of summoning circles? Do I know whether these could be useful to us?
Give me a religion check. Oh yeah, this could absolutely help.
Okay, so then I agree, and I asked to see the because I'm assuming he still has the paper from the first room, and now he's got the new book, right? So I want to take a look at him and see if I can make heads or tails of the missing component.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otter, I don't believe Infernal is also one of your languages.
That's correct.
Right. You take a look at the page, and you don't have too much experience with the fiendish entities of the Abyss or Hell. However, you do know enough about summoning circles. Being a druid, sometimes that's a necessity, is a magic circle in your profession. You do know that when something is being conjured through a magic circle, sort of like what this is, it leaves behind a certain resonance, a frequency, a piece of itself that resonates with the thing that you are trying to either evoke or bring. So chances are that the demon that is currently trapped within this manor, the summoning circle that he came through, is loaded with essentially his essence, his life energies.
So I'm not gonna try to actually verbally kind of explain that out loud, but I am going to make that point to Ezekiel and ask if there's anything that could be gained by going back to that first summoning circle.
Oh, yeah. I'll say if anyone can read it, it's definitely gonna be one of them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna kind of scoot out to the library and see what kind of state Elena is in.
Kalena is still looking. You're getting close. Kalena is keeping an eye on the door, and she seems to be watching intently as, just from her body language, it looks like the cackler is getting closer, but it isn't making an effort to come to this door directly. The cackler, from what you can gather from how Kalena is kind of angling herself to look through the door, it looks like the cackler is moving on to an adjacent room and walks on through the door. Kalena looks back at you two and she whispers, Did you find anything?
We found something. The diagram of the circle and part of the ritual, at least pieces on how it was put together, so let's see if Mr. Lauren and Mr. Carver would be able to help us make sense of it, because unfortunately neither of us can read Infernal.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes, let's go talk to them. The cackler left this door open, so maybe we should go through the mess hall instead.
Yeah. Always better to be safe. I'm sorry.
And she comes on over to this door and just phases through it.
I just kind of mutter as I approach the door. I'm taking a bottle of wine this time.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I go over to the door and open it.
Okay, door's open. No problem. Kalena begins to float over to the other door on the other side of the room. And then she
I'll close
phases
the door
through.
behind us once I'm through.
Okay. And
Thank you for remembering.
and Kalena phases through her door. And Otter, there is a varied selection of wines in this room. Give me a history check this time. Despite being
I know my wine.
Despite being an otter man who loves coffee, you've been known to enjoy a fine wine from time to time. You know your wines, and you know that there are a few really good vintages here. One of which is a very rare vintage that you're pretty sure was lost long ago.
I pick up the bottle and examine it closer.
You look at the bottle, and the front label on it it's a little dusty. It's curling up at the corners, but you know that this cork has not been opened in possibly 100 years. This is a bottle of stonemason wine, and it is regarded as one of the finest vintages of wine out there today.
I kind of hold the bottle up and gesture towards Ezekiel and just go, finder's fee.
Yeah. I might grab one on my way out. I'm not too big of a wine kind of guy.
Let's see how big of a wine kind of guy you are. Roll a history check.
Where is that? There it is.
You know your wine. It's actually surprising, the bottle that Otter's holding. You've heard of that wine. Absolutely you have.
Oh, well, I'll be. It's got at least be at least 100-something years at this point. I'm just gonna like run my hand along like the label to flatten out one of the corners and be like, "Ooh, that's been sitting untouched for a long time."
But there's
I'm gonna kind of grab the bottle back and be like, "Yep," and this one's going in my bag.
You add a bottle of stonemason wine to your bag, Otter.
Then
I'm gonna take just a quick look and see if there is anything like on the shelf.
Okay.
I mean, not bad.
There's a couple other bottles of wine. Nothing really jumps out at you. There's a few decent vintages, but nothing as impressive as the one that Otter's just pocketed.
I might have to come back here before we leave, at least to make sure.
Come back with a bigger bag. I
Yeah.
scoop by him and over to the door. Now she phased through that door, right?
She did. The door's not open.
All right, then I'm going to attempt to open the door.
Okay, the door opens, no problem.
And scoop my way in.
When you enter this room, you notice, because they didn't have very much time, but Ilarin and Carver are shoving the body into the fireplace.
I
My hand.
kind of blankly stare at them and go, "No, that seems about right."
They look over and they go, "Oh, back so soon. Did you find anything?"
Yeah, we found, I think it's a diagram for the summoning circle that the demon had come out of.
Carver steps forward and he says, "Have you?
Can't read it.
Well,
Yeah, but I can't read it, so
well, give it here. That's
I'll-
my native language, after all."
I'm just
I'll-
gonna
I'll
kind of
hand
move
over
over
what
to
I
the
found.
table while they're talking.
And you hand over the diagram.
yeah.
Carver takes the piece of paper with the diagram and the notes on it, And he says, well, this would be the problem. This smudge pot was supposed to be the name Zaxiel, but, well, if some fool who didn't know Infernal Script was trying to recreate this for his own summoning circle, there's a chance that he may have inadvertently summoned a demon of a similar name.
Well, that's probably the name of whoever's sitting upstairs in that room.
Ilarin looks over as she finishes stuffing the body into the fireplace. And she stands back up and she says, I believe I might know the demon's name.
Oh.
It is Zavael.
Zavael.
Zavael. There's been...
Would we have heard of this before, or no?
Give
Or
me
is
a
it
religion... Both of you, give me a religion check with disadvantage.
Ooh.
Remind me what disadvantage means?
Roll again, take the lower of the two.
Bollocks.
Well,
Okay. Otter, you don't have much knowledge on individual demons or names of demons. Ezekiel, you've heard this name once before. It's kind of a passing familiarity, really. You heard a whisper from your patron at one point.
Oh.
But that's about as far as it goes. But if it's a name that could have been uttered by your patron, there's a very strong chance that this is a demon that's been making waves in the abyss.
Okay.
Since I don't recognize it, I just kind of turn my focus to the table and start just looking through the things on the table. Peering over at Carver occasionally, menacingly.
You look over the table. Are you trying to intimidate Carver?
No, I'm just wondering what's on the table. But I recognize that Carver did not like me being too close to the table.
He does seem to eye you a little bit. Give me an insight check. You're having a hard time kind of getting his intentions as he's looking at you, but you're pretty certain that he's trying to say with his eyes, stay off the table.
No, don't down.
That look you give the cat when they're just looking at the cup at the edge.
Yeah.
But Carver does hand the diagram back and he says, well, if the Lord Silvaine was trying to recreate the summoning circle with the name of the devil, the name of the demon, and instead it was... Sorry, let me rephrase that. If the Lord Silvaine was trying to summon this devil and inadvertently summoned a demon, that would make sense, as he did not inherently know Infernal. Also, hello, Blue Speed.
Deciding better of going toward the table, I'll come back over and be perfectly blunt. So tell us, is there any use to knowing all of this right now, or should we just get on with it?
Well, I believe it's probably time for you to get on with it, if there's nothing else to be investigated. And,
I don't wait for him to finish talking. I just go, right! And just run out the door.
Galena says, wait for me! And she tags along with you, Otter.
I'm gonna thank Carver and just be like, well, hopefully putting down that demon will Won't be too much work.
Yes, we hope. Best of luck to you.
Meanwhile, you hear the crashing as I walk across this table.
Okay. You hear... Ezekiel, you see Carver kind of like... I hope your friend knows what he's doing.
You should, and I do apologize for the mess.
Otter, you see Kalena start to panic a little bit, and she says, No, please, let's be quiet. Let's all be quiet, please.
I hold my paw up and just kind of press my ear to the door.
Otter, give me a perception check.
I'll close the door behind me before I walk over.
Otter, you hear the door outside of this door, the one that leads back into the main hall area. You hear that door poof, burst right open. And you hear a small, like... a small cackle as whoever just burst through that door enters the main foyer.
I gesture towards Ezekiel and kind of point towards the door.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing your plan was to lure something down here?
I nod as if it was obvious.
Alright.
The
I'll look over at Elena and be like, I think it's time for you to hide. This is gonna get a bit loud in here. Make sure the others don't come in.
Oh, okay. I'll go back in the kitchen. And she begins to float back to the door and phases through. The cackler, you hear some light tip-tapping footsteps as the claws, the infernal twisted claws on its feet kind of scrape and scratch along the wooden floor as it begins to come closer and closer to the door, and it stops just short of the door. And it looks for a moment at the door. And then it takes one more step forward, and you begin to see the door, the knob turn slightly and slowly.
Does the door open in or out?
It opens inward. So where you are, it will open inward.
I'm going to take a step back away from the door as it opens.
The door begins to open slowly, and the cackler steps on through. Do you wish to do anything now that he's stepped on through?
Eldritch Blast.
Okay, Eldritch Blast, we're doing this. Roll for initiative. All right. Let's get some battle music running. Shots fired. Okay, so there should be a section in your character sheet that says initiative. Just click on initiative.
Yep. I'll be right next to it.
I was clicking on the number.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, Ezekiel, you got a 7.
No,
sorry, Ezekiel, you got a 15. Otter got a 7. Sorry.
Womp womp.
All right, 15, Otter, 7. And let's roll for the cackler. Whoop. What did he get? He got... Interesting. Okay. Ooh.
Was I supposed to see a dice roll?
That's a hidden dice roll. That is for me only as the DM.
Just making sure my screen didn't freeze.
No, so most of the time I will be rolling hidden dice. Okay, so there we go with that. And Ezekiel, you get a surprise round. Eldritch Blast.
14.
Do you only have one bolt of Eldritch Blast or two?
1, because it's
5th level?
it's at 5th level. Yeah,
Right, okay.
It's 5th level, you get 1. You know,
Also, you roll it with advantage because you have a surprise round. There we go. The 14 would not have hit. The 24 does hit.
Nice.
Roll for damage. Okay. The cackler looks over at you, Ezekiel, as you begin to let fly your Eldritch Blast, and it collides with its face. It is still standing, and now we are going to start regular combat. Otter, it's your turn.
So the door is the door still intact after that Eldritch Blast? Because it should be blocking my visibility.
Yes, the door is currently between you and the cackler. You just heard the Eldritch Blast go off. However, the door is fine.
Alright, so I'm gonna look to kind of kick the door, like, closed, like, smack him with it.
Okay. You advance towards the door, and give me a solid kick. Roll to attack. And add your strength bonus, your strength modifier.
Alright, so you're gonna have to teach me.
So just
that
click
part.
on strength.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that was almost a 1. You push the door forward. Roll with advantage because he doesn't see it coming. So you're rolling strength saves, which I guess is fine. Just all you have to do is click on strength. You don't have to click on strength save.
Oh wow, I am
Nope, that's all good. I'll use these rolls. The door swings forward and it clips the back of the cackler. Roll a 1d4. This is an improvised weapon. It just barely grazes his arm, but it still does damage. And that is your main action. You now are able to take a bonus action, and you still have 20 feet of movement. However, if you try to move away from the cackler and you get out of its range, it will have an attack of opportunity against you.
I would like to throw one of my magic stones at him.
Okay. Let me double check Magic Stone real quick.
Yeah, I don't know about if it's... You're going to have to help me on that one.
You know what? I will say that kicking the door was your bonus action. Now you can use a Magic Stone if you wish. However, because you are point blank range, it will be with disadvantage. Oop.
All right, so what do I do?
You can melee attack, or if you have another spell that you'd like to use. Anything that's ranged, if you try to use it on an enemy that's right up on you, it will have disadvantage.
All right, yeah. No, I'm still learning this. So,
I was
so
going
no
Foxy.
magic stone. Can I just swing at him with my scimitar?
Yes, you may.
What button do I push?
So click on, you'll see a list of attacks, and you just click on Scimitar. So like if you go, yep, just like that. However, you will not be attacking with advantage this time around. You take a swing with your Scimitar, but you're just wide. It does not make contact with the cackler.
All right, I still have movement, right?
Yes, but if you move out of its range, which is 5 feet, so like if you were going to move, you could move, let's see, here, 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 or here. Pretty much any space that's adjacent to it. If you move into one of those spaces, you will not incur an attack of opportunity, but if you move any further away from it, where there's essentially a gap between you and it will have a chance to strike at you.
I will end my turn then.
Okay. It is the cackler's turn. And he is going to let out a raucous and for a moment you swear you hear thumping coming from upstairs. The cackler is going to let's see, he does have a couple of spells. Let's see what he's got. Ezekiel.
Yeah.
The cackler is going to point at you, and he's going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Oh, okay.
A creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter if the spell affects it. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or fall prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand for the duration. I imagine you have an intelligence score of at least 4?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you have a chance to be affected. At the end of each of your turns, each time you take damage, you can make another wisdom saving throw to end it. The target has advantage on the saving throw if it's triggered by damage, and a success will end the spell. So, Ezekiel, make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, that was almost a 1. You guys have been dancing the line tonight. Oh, man. You feel the urge to break into a raucous laughter wash over you. However, you are able to shake off the feeling of wanting to join the cackler in a bit of laugh. In a bit of a laugh, a gaff, a goof.
I imagine I start to chuckle, and then I'm just gonna sigh and go, "It's funny that you thought that would work."
But that is going to be... that is a full action, I believe. I don't believe that's a bonus action. Yep, that's not a bonus action. Okay. That is it for the cackler's turn. However, it seems as though he has alerted something. And it's coming this way from up above.
Yep.
Ezekiel, it is your turn.
All right. I am going to minimize my sheet. I move a little bit into the room, so I have a little bit more room than away from it. And I'm going to use one of my spell slots to cast Hex as a bonus action on the cackler.
What are you casting?
Hex.
Hex, okay. You reach out with your extended hand, and you place a curse on a creature that you can see within range, which is going to be the cackler. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit them with an attack. Also, choose one ability when you cast a spell. The target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. If the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to choose to curse a new creature. Okay, so it is a concentration check for 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like it just automatically works.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick, I guess, wisdom saving throw for that. For the disadvantage.
Okay.
So that is...
All right,
1
so...
health slot -1. And I'm gonna hit it with an Eldritch Blast.
I'm going to put a... We'll put that on him. No. Yeah, for Hex.
Yeah.
He is currently hexed, and it's going to be Wisdom. You're going to try and hit him with an Eldritch Blast, so go ahead and do so.
Blech.
That does not hit. You launch your Eldritch Blast, and it whoosh, hits the door behind him. It actually shatters that door.
Oh. Oops. And then that'll be it for me.
Okay. Otter, it is your turn.
Given that I can't really move without getting smacked by him, I'm going to choose the...
there is an action you can take, which is called disengage, which allows you to move away from him without taking a retaliation attack. However, that will
I like my plan better.
that will eat your main action.
Is wild shaping a main action?
I believe so. Let me double check that. Oh, not on that screen. And let's bring up your character sheet. I just want to double check, just for my own benefit. Alright, wild shape. You can use your action to magically assume the shape of a beast that you have seen before. Yep, so it would use your main action. But it would also give you temporary hit points of the creature that you are using for this wild shape. So if you get hit while in wild shape, it doesn't affect your actual HP total.
Yeah, so I'm not feeling great being at close range, so I'm going to wild shape into a bear if I can.
Okay. Otter, you wild shape into a bear. Let me grab a... I should have one somewhere. A bear token. Do I got some beasties? Do I got some beasties? Do I have a bear? I do have a bear! Okay.
Did I just slurp into the microphone while it was on? I'm stupid.
I didn't hear anything, so that's fine. Otter, you wild shape into a bear. However, you are large in size. There we go. And we're going to take your token away for just a moment. And let me just... Controlled by... Otter. There we go. You can control the bear. You form into this large bear that is pretty intimidating to the to the cackler. Roll an intimidation check, and let me grab the stats of a bear.
Just for the record, I want to point out that I purposefully nudged the table with my rump.
Despite the size of the table, you do push it back a little bit.
That was just for me. That wasn't... That one is menacing today.
It is very menacing. All right. So you did an intimidation check. However, I believe this will use the... if your intimidation is better as a bear, I believe it uses the bear. Let me just... Okay. Bear. Okay. So you... Nope, so your intimidation is going to be better. You...
Really?
Yeah. A cave bear's charisma is -2.
Oh.
But I'm an otter.
Yes. However, you're kind of like... You begin to play it up a little bit, and just the sight of you growing and getting a little bit more primal, animalistic, feral looking is enough to intimidate the cackler a little bit. He actually takes a step back as this bear forms in front of him.
All right. Do I have any bonus actions like this, or what can I do?
You do not have any bonus actions. However, you will be... let's see. As a bear, you will have 36 HP. If that goes to 0, you will turn back into your otter form with whatever HP you had before you turned.
Okay. So I guess I kind of got to end my turn. I can't make an attack or anything, right?
That is correct. However, this is a good setup for your next turns.
Yeah, I'll end my turn then.
Okay. The cackler is intimidated, and he is going to try to step back through the door. Otter, you get an attack of opportunity if you wish to use your reaction.
I would. How do I do that?
Okay, so you can either make a bite attack or a claw attack. Your bite attack will be a +7 to hit. Well, both of your attacks will be +7 to hit. But your bite attack is 1d8 +5, and your claws are 2d6 +5.
Yeah, I'm going with the claw.
Okay, so roll a d20 plus 7.
How do I do? So I see D20. How do I do plus 7?
You can just roll it and we'll add it. Ooh, so that's a that's a 20.
Get wrecked, little man.
That's a 26 to hit. Damn. Okay. Very close to a crit. Okay. So as the cackler backs away, you take one big. You rear back and you roar at him as he begins to back away, and your claw comes right down on him. Roll 2d6, and then we'll add 5 after the fact. Okay, 12 damage. Otter, how would you like to do it?
Oh, baby.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What am I doing?
So, when someone kills a creature, I give them the opportunity to describe how they do it. Like, do you want to do something specific? Do you want to do something cool? Do you want to detail the brutality of your attack?
Oh yeah.
How do you want to do it?
No. Okay, I gotcha. I'm with you now. Sorry, like I said, I haven't really been in the D&D scene for a bit. So, okay.
Nope, totally fine.
So as he takes a step back, I rear back and
Ooh. Okay.
and then bam, down claws right through. And I push him kind of through the door as I finish him off.
All right. He has been splattered across the floor. He is dead. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Actually, that was his turn. You begin to smell the same smell that you smelled when you were hiding in the library earlier with Alarin. That smelly smell that smells smelly. You can tell the Boule Zao is on its way, and you hear some extra cackling coming along with it.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're making a stand in the larger hall, so keep them farther away from the others.
I give Ezekiel a look that says, that wasn't my plan originally, but since you made it sound good, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got some more people who are going to enter the fight. Let's see what their initiatives are going to be. Okay. So that is that.
Can I just say I built my character wrong for my personality?
And that one is that.
Character building's always fun, because the way I thought of Ezekiel was, I don't know why, but it's when I couldn't sleep one night. I woke up at like 2, 3 in the morning, turned on YouTube, because I'm like, oh, I guess I'll just watch something to see if I can go to sleep. And a band, it's like, oh, you might be interested in this. I'm like, on the For You recommendation thing, they came up with the band Appalachian Anarchy, and it's essentially like it's a like Pacific Northwest metal bluegrass.
Is your patron Mothman?
No.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. It's a bit of a homebrew thing that Ditch helped me cook up.
Okay. At this point, let's see. That was okay. You see and hear and smell the Boule Zao from before. This time you actually get to see it. It looks like an abomination of a cross between a goat and a person. And its scent is absolutely vile. I will need both of you as he starts coming down the stairs, and he notices not just the bear, but also Ezekiel. I will need both of you to make me a Constitution saving throw. Otter, yours is going to be different because you are a bear.
Ooh, 20. Not natural.
Okay, Otter. So roll me a d20, and then we will add 3 to it. Okay, so 15 for Otter, 20 from for Ezekiel. You both are racked by that absolutely vile stench from before. However, you're both able to hold it in, and you don't feel those adverse effects from Ezekiel. You remember you took damage from the Bulazao before.
Yeah. I was like, all right, the smell was so bad it physically hurt me.
It gave you necrotic damage. It was that bad. Yeah.
Going to the LGS for tournament night.
Oh, okay.
So meanwhile, I'm over here as a bear just going...
Oh, yeah. You are behind the wall. He doesn't even see you yet. But he hears you. He knows you're there.
Just awkwardly, no, I'm not.
But the Bulazao is going to take a few more steps down the stairs. And that is going to be... does he have anything at range? Let me take a look. Okay. Okay. He is going to... yeah, that's going to be the end of his turn. He's used up all his movement. It is now a Cackler's turn, and he comes right around to those stairs there. That is the end of that Cackler's turn. Ezekiel, you're up.
All right, I am going to move forward a little bit, and I'm going to use my bonus action since the Cackler that had the hex on it died. I'm going to move the hex from it to the Bulazao.
Okay. You move the hex from the Cackler to the Bulazao.
Now, what spells do I have that aren't Eldritch Blast? Ooh. I will... probably not that one. I'm going to do Mind Sliver on the Bulazao.
Okay, Mind Sliver. You drive a disorienting spike of psychic energy into the mind of one creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on an intelligence saving throw or take 1d6 psychic damage and subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. All right.
Yeah.
Intelligence saving throw from the Bulazao. Okay, and then it takes psychic damage if it succeeds? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, if it fails, it takes psychic damage and then does the d4 from whatever saving throw is next.
It doesn't do half damage. No half measures?
No, because
Okay.
it's a cantrip, so it's either all or nothing.
Okay. He does manage to overcome your spell capabilities. He kind of just shakes it off. He doesn't seem very bright, but it seems like he's just able to kind of shake it off through sheer force of will.
Dang. Oh well, that was my turn.
The hex that you put on him, did you say that was wisdom again?
Yes.
Okay. That's Ezekiel's turn. There's one more Cackler that is coming down the stairs. And he gets to right around there. That's where he ends his... what are his ranged capabilities? He sees... he sees Otter, and he is going to try to firebolt you, Otter.
Because I'm fluffy.
Let's see. He gets that, and...
You don't have the well-baked body ability.
He will have... You are considered to be at, I will say, half cover. Half cover, was that a bonus to AC, or was that, like, disadvantage?
I think it's a bonus to AC.
Okay.
Let me see.
Let me also take a quick peek. I just want to double check.
Half cover is +2, 3/4 cover. Oh, it's +2 to AC and dexterity throw.
Okay. I'll say you're a 3/4 cover.
Yeah, and 3/4 cover is +5.
Okay, so Otter, what is your AC +5?
That'd be 16 plus 5, 21.
This small ball of fire comes hurling at you, but it collides with the wall that's between you and the cackler. You are safe. And that was close too, because he rolled a 19 to hit. All right.
Kind of snoof at the wall.
There's a little bit of charring on the wall, but you don't see it quite yet. You haven't come around that side. That is it for that cackler. Otter, it's your turn.
Having, at least sitting to the fact that a little bit of fire almost hit me, I am aware there's an enemy out there, so I'm going to try to... What's my movement as a bear?
Your movement is... You've got a 40-foot walking speed.
Ooh.
So if you'd like to see your movements, like how far you're moving, if you click and drag your token, and then you right-click as you're dragging it around, you can see how far you're moving.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said 40 I had?
Did not mean to
do
move
that.
you. Sorry, Ezekiel.
Oh, you're good.
But you said I had 40?
Oh.
So...
Yes, you have 40.
I forget.
In
Sorry.
that case, I'm just going hog, man. I'm coming, just barreling out here. I'm gonna make an attack on this first cackler here.
Okay. You burst through the single remaining door, and you come out not howling. You come out roaring. For a normal attack action for a bear, you get 2 attacks. It's got multi-attack. So you make 1 attack with a bite and 1 attack with a claw.
Let's go. What button do I push?
So roll a d20 and then add 7 to it. Ooh.
26.
Ooh, baby. Okay, another 26. So do you want this to have been your bite or your claw?
Let's go with bite.
Okay. So roll me 1d8 and then we'll add 5 to it.
Quack.
Okay. So that is going to be 7 damage. And you still have a bite attack left. Roll to attack.
No, the claw.
Oh, sorry. Yes, claw. I thought the bite was the bigger one. That's my bad. Yes, this is a claw attack. So it's roll another d20, and then we'll add +7 to it. Okay, so
16.
16. All right. Give me a 2d6. 7 plus 5. That is going to be 12 damage. Otter, how would you like to do it?
I'm just gonna... So the second one was the claw move, right? So I'm just gonna slam my claws in and just bury him.
Okay. As you do that...
When we're done.
As you do that, and I forgot to do this with the first one, but I'm going to retcon it by saying he was a little bit surprised that you suddenly turned into a bear. When this cackler dies, it releases a final last laugh. It just lets go this... And I will need... Ezekiel, you are safe because you are out of its range. However, Otter, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw. This will use your wisdom score, however.
I think I got this time, so. Fuck me.
Ooh.
I'm gonna use a lucky point on that.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Much better.
Much better.
There we go. That's correct.
Okay. There's been a lot of
Wasn't that
19s
funny?
being rolled tonight. What the hell?
Yeah.
All right. So Otter, you are actually. I'm going to label your token so that anyone that's just joining the stream will know it's you.
What happened to Otter? There's just a bear.
Yeah.
Right.
Nameplate, and there we go. Okay. So you kill this cackler, and you manage to shrug off the vile laughter that begins to permeate through your mind. You hear it in your head more than out of your head, if that makes sense. But it does not affect you in any way, shape, or form.
Excellent.
So that was your turn. You have a little bit of movement left if you'd like to use it.
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to use it a little bit just to kind of... let's see. So I used what on that last one? 21 something? So I have
5,
4
10,
movement.
15, 20. Used about 20 feet.
Okay, so I still got about 20 feet left?
Yes.
Okay, so drag, right click, there we go. So I'm just going to use the little bit of... Do I incur any attacks of opportunity if I move over here?
No, because the two that are currently next to you are both dead.
Okay, so I'm going to get a little distance and move over here.
Okay.
Making sure that I'm facing the enemies after that.
Yeah. Okay.
And then my turn.
All right. So I will say, if you wish to drop your wild shape, you can use a bonus action to drop it.
Being a bear is fun.
Honestly, right now I'm just having fun being a bear.
That's totally fair. Bear. Okay, that is the end of Otter's turn. And now it is the Bulezau's turn.
It's like, ooh, don't hurt me. I'm just a little guy. It's like,
I'm just a big guy.
yeah.
Okay. Also, I keep forgetting this. Otter, I'm going to need you to do a Constitution saving throw because you started your turn within his rotting presence. Yeah, I'm keeping track of a lot of stuff here.
God. I mean, at least you don't have to keep track of 4 players, 3 pets.
Oh my god. But yeah, so roll me a d20, Otter. And then we will add your bear's constitution to it.
I'm sorry, my wife called while Ezekiel was taking his turn, so what did I miss?
So I forgot to ask you to make a con saving throw at the beginning of your turn. Because you were
Okay.
close enough. You were close enough to the Bulezau at the start of your turn to. Okay, it doesn't matter. You do not take any
You're fine.
damage from its rotting presence. So your turn's over. You're fine.
Huzzah!
But it is now the Bulezau's turn. He is going to step on up towards you, Otter.
Oh, he's fast.
And
That
he
was
is
much more space than I thought he was going to be able to cover in a turn.
let's see. He was no, that was 20 feet.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just like, holy crap! I am much less safe than I thought I was.
But he is going to try and strike you with his barbed tail. You see, he begins to swing around, and you do see this gnarly barbed tail, and it swings down at you. And it's going to be... Let's see, does a 17 hit?
How do I figure that out?
Let's see, if you are a cave bear, you have an armor class of 12. So yes, it hits you. So just bear in mind that your starting HP as a cave bear was 36.
Okay.
All right, so he is going to do... Let's see. 5
And
plus.
if it helps,
What's up?
I was gonna say, if it helps keep track of the bear's HP, I think there's the you can put it in the temporary hit points underneath your regular HP. That way you don't get them confused.
Yes.
I'm over here pulling out a pad and paper, getting ready to go. But that makes a lot of sense. You said 36.
Yeah. So your cave bear form is starting with 36 HP.
Because you don't take any damage until you're not in your cave bear form anymore.
Yeah.
Or unless something says otherwise.
Yes, your wild shape form will take the damage first before you take any damage. If you are to take damage that would reduce your form to 0, if there's any damage that is left over, your actual form would take the rest of it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you are taking 7 piercing damage plus... There's a plus here. 4 necrotic damage. So you are taking 11 damage total in your bear form.
Owie.
Otter, roll me a d20. You're making a con saving throw again. Uh-oh!
Quack.
Do you got any more lucky points you want to use?
Nah, I used my last one.
Ooh, okay. So that means that you become poisoned. While poisoned in this way, the target sports festering boils, coughs up flies, and sheds rotting skin. And the target must repeat the saving throw after every 24 hours that elapse. On a successful save, the disease ends. On a failed save, the target's hit point maximum is reduced by 1d8, and your hit point, you die if the hit point maximum is reduced to 0. Fortunately, this adventure is not going to take multiple days.
Yeah.
But
What happened? Will that persist through if I turn back?
It will.
Bollocks.
This is essentially an infernal disease. But for now, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, but do I take any immediate damage from that?
Just what you took from the initial hit.
Okay, so I'm still okay.
So fortunately, it's more flavor, I guess, than actual effect on you.
I'm a bear spitting out flies, and I'm...
And you definitely look like you've seen better days. Okay. It is now the other cackler's turn. And he's going to come down, and he's going to come right up on you, Ezekiel.
Amen.
He is going to... He's got a spiked chain, and he's going to throw it at you.
Oh, okay.
Does a 21 hit?
Yeah.
Okay. And he is going to do... Roll them bones. He's going to do 8 damage to you. Slashing.
Ouch. Okay.
You see this little cackler come up to you, and he's got this spiked chain, and he overhand swings it down at you, and it just rakes itself across your chest.
Cool. All right.
That is the end of the cackler's turn. Ezekiel, you're up.
I'm gonna move up 1, so that way I can see the Bulizao better.
Both doors have been demolished, by the way. Otter bursting through the second one opened up this doorway, both squares.
Yeah. I'm going to Eldritch Blast the Bulizao because it still has the hex on it.
Okay. Go for it.
21.
That is a hit. Roll for damage.
Nice.
Also, make a con saving throw as you started your turn in its rotting presence. Natural 20. You are not affected by his rotting presence. So you are doing 5 force damage to the Bulizao.
And plus the d6 from the hex.
Plus a d6 from Hex, so roll that d6. Ooh, nice. All right, 11 damage to the Bulazao.
Yeah. Nice.
Very nice.
And that's my turn because I don't have any bonus actions.
Okay.
Aside from Hex.
Nope, totally cool.
Well, I mean, I think one of my other spells is a bonus action, but it's like I use a spell slot spell.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. Oh, that cackler is dead. He got pasted on the floor by Otter. So, Otter, you're up.
Okay, so just I want to make. I only have one wild shape per day, right?
You have 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will double check that, but I'm pretty sure you get 2.
Yeah, I think it said it was 2.
All right. Well, for now, I'm going to do my Constitution saving throw. 'Cause
Actually,
I have to,
Otter,
right?
you can use Wild Shape twice between rests. If you take even a short rest, you get both back.
Oh, so we're definitely going to take a break after this, because that's, or at least like in-game break, because I also get my spell slots back on a short rest.
All right, so what are you doing,
so
Otter?
I got to do that con saving throw first, right?
You do, yes. So roll a d20 and we'll add 3. Okay. So that's going to be a 13.
I did that wrong.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I'm looking at the die for this.
Yeah.
You feel yourself beginning to retch, and you feel like you might get sick, more than you already are, but you manage to lock it in time before you would take any serious effect from it. You are safe from its ability right now. You just met its DC check.
Just sitting here spitting up flies, but not throwing up. Fantastic.
Yeah, you're doing one, but not the other. Yep. But it is your turn.
All right, that said, I am going to make a claw attack.
Okay, so make that claw attack. Roll a d20 and add 7. That's a crit!
Eat it!
Okay, so the way that I do crits, and this is for anyone at home too, normally the way you do crits is you would roll double dice. However, in my homebrew, those additional dice that you would roll, they're just maxed out. So it's going to be, so just roll 2d6, and then we will add 17 to it. Okay. You just did 23 damage with a single claw attack. You raise your claw up, and you put a deep gash into the Bulezao. The open wound, as it releases its vile, noxious blood, you see this black goop just dripping from the open wound. You smell it above all else. It is disgusting. He's still standing, but that is an incredible shot. Well done. You do still have a bite attack left.
Now, be honest with me. If I bite it, am I gonna get any kind of like extra necrotic bonus or damage?
I don't know.
Do it, no balls. I'm biting him.
All right, roll to attack.
That's a d20?
Yep, roll a d20. Plus 7, that's going to be a 23. That's a hit.
Maybe.
And roll me 1d8. Okay. That's going to be 9 damage total. However, as you lunge forward and you take a bite out of the Bulezao,
Yeah, here it is.
the flavor, the taste of the blood of this creature, not even just the blood, but the flesh, the grime and muck that composes the a very fine seasoning on this creature is it's enough to make you recoil. It is enough to make you physically and violently ill. Roll me oh my god, I can't think of the word. A Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
Is that going to be my saving throw?
It's
going
gonna
to
be the bear.
with it. So roll d20.
Yes,
Okay.
but roll it twice. Okay. All right.
It's 15.
So in total, that is an 18. You managed to stave off the disgust long enough to compose yourself.
Flies.
Gonna have to go down that 24-hour gas station, like if you got one and buy a lottery ticket.
It's mouthwash.
So, some of the flies that escape your mouth because of your disease, they, as soon as they come into contact with the blood of the creature, they die on contact.
My babies.
Would you like to move, or is that the end of your turn?
If I can, I'm gonna. Can I disengage as a bear?
Any creature can disengage as an action. However, you use your action to attack.
Yeah. All right. In that case,
Unless you're a rogue, and then you get it for a bonus action.
Yes, rogues get disengage as a bonus action.
am I risking a attack of opportunity if I step back?
If you move out of its range, yes. Its range is 5 feet. So if you move, you can move around it, but you can't move away from it. Well, unless you want to take the damage, in which case, go ahead. I'm not a cop.
I mean, you tell me if you were. That's the law, right?
Yeah, totally.
So I'm gonna kind of shake, while kind of shaking the muck out of my mouth, skirt over this way a little bit.
Okay.
But that's gonna be about it. I'll end my turn there.
The Bulezau is looking pretty banged up, but he's still going to try and hold his ground against you, Otter. He's going to try and make another barbed tail attack. And let's see. Okay, that is going to be a... I take it... actually, I have your bear's stat block here.
You know more about what I can do than I do right now.
Well, your AC is a 12, and he rolled a 10, so... He tries to slam his tail down on you again, but your thick hide manages to break any damage that could have been dealt by it.
It's a good barrier.
Sure is. Next up, we have the third and final cackler. He is going to point at you, Otter, and he's going to try and hit you with Tasha's hideous laughter. Let's see.
All right, so what am I doing?
So you are going to have to make a wisdom saving throw. However, because it is a mental stat, it uses your stat. So make a wisdom saving throw. And you succeed. Even as a bear, you felt the wellings of levity begin to grow inside of you. But then you remember, wait a sec, I'm a mother heckin' bear. And you don't laugh. But that is it for the cackler. He's got not much else going on. Ezekiel, it's your turn.
Eldritch Blast the Bulezau.
Okay, you Eldritch Blast the Bulezau. Roll for it.
Yay, 17.
That is a hit. Roll for damage. Ooh, baby.
And then plus my d6 from Hex. For 18 total.
Okay. Ezekiel, Obadiah, Trelawney, how do you do it?
I have the... I'm going to charge up the Eldritch Blast, throw it into one
Otter
of the
can't bear
open
to watch.
wounds that Otter left, and when it goes in there, it's just gonna... Looks like it gets absorbed into it, but then there's gonna be a whole bunch of blackish green, just thorned branches that just spike out and explode from it to rip it apart and kill it.
Okay. Actually, before you do that, you do still need to take the con saving throw for the Rotting Presence.
Wicked cringe. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's cringe. Do it. You're fine. You're fine.
Stinky.
But you do manage to weather the proverbial storm as you let loose this absolutely brutal Eldritch Blast. And as the blast begins streaking towards the Bulezao, the Bulezao turns around as it hears the magical essence charging up, and it doesn't have anything to defend against it, and it is blasted apart by the sheer force of the Eldritch Blast. The Bulezao is dead.
Bonus action, I'm gonna move the hex from the dead Bulezao to the cackler that's in front of me.
Okay.
Because it's still going, because it's still been 1 hour.
It has still been 1 hour. It's still within the hour, yes.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in combat, time moves very slow.
Yeah. Because people go like, oh man, it only lasts for like, oh, this spell only lasts for 1 minute. It's like, that's 10 turns.
The cackler looks over at the Bulezao as it just gets absolutely spattered by you, and then feels the hex transfer onto it, and it looks up at you, Ezekiel, and he goes, ha, ha, ah, let's talk about this.
I'm just gonna look down and smile as this the bright green of my eyes glows, and it looks like the rest of my eyes and face is kind of a little enshrouded by shadow.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right, Otter, it's your turn.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna shake off some of the goo that I'm covered in from being behind the stupid thing that just exploded.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna just... Let's see here, this is... It's only 10 feet, so I am closing the distance. And I am going... What's that?
It's closing the distance is close the distance is a song from Final Fantasy. It's a great song.
Close in the distance. Yep.
Yeah.
That said, I am going to do a claw attack.
Okay. Because you are flanking with Ezekiel, you have advantage on this attack. So roll twice.
D20?
Take the
Yes.
better number.
And then you take the higher number. Okay. Okay, definitely gonna go with that 17. So you are this hits for a 24. Roll 2d6. Very nice. That is 16 damage. You drag your claws along the back of the cackler, and it lets out a startled as it takes the damage. You all but tore through his torso. Somehow he's still standing. But I know you. You've got a second attack.
Yeah, I'm biting this bastard's head off.
Okay, roll for it.
Give him the Ozzy Osbourne treatment.
roll 2d20s. Take the higher of the two. Okay.
Why did I roll it singularly? I don't know why.
That's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got a crit. We got another crit.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to make you roll for it. He's got 2 HP left. Otter, describe in grim detail how you did it.
Just down, just take his head clean off.
All right. He is now headless, and he can't survive like that. So he's dead.
I immediately spit the remains out.
Despite being vastly better tasting than the Bulezao, it's still pretty vile.
Yeah.
That is the end of combat. Congratulations, guys.
I just have the other one to worry about.
Shortly after the battle finishes, Otter, I would like you to make me a perception check. And I'm saying you specifically because bears have keen smell. And you get to roll with advantage.
Oh, thank goodness.
Despite the absolutely rancid scent of the Bulezao, you don't smell any other threats that could be lingering upstairs or even down the hall.
I am going to shapeshift back into my normal form.
Okay. Here's Otter.
Wow.
All right.
Now that was impressive.
That was the third worst taste I've ever experienced.
Oh, I can tell. You looking a little greener than normal.
What were the first two?
That is none of your business, and I thank you to stay out of my marital affairs.
Okay. All right. On that note, a few minutes after the battle, a few minutes after the battle finishes, the servants come out and Kalena come out of the kitchen, and they look over at the aftermath, and Alarin says, "Is it over? Is the Bulezau dead?"
Sure as hell is. Apologies for the mess. As I just kind of look over towards the wreckage of the door, the partially destroyed flooring.
Carver folds his arms across his chest and he says, "Well, if you're going to be able to deal with the babao upstairs, I don't see why that's going to be our problem. A mess, that's the least of our worries at this point."
Oh, well. And I'm just gonna like brush like I'm gonna like just wipe a little bit of the blood of my wound off and be like, ooh. Oh, I know I got hit a little bit. I know I'm mostly fine, but Otta, you're looking mighty terrible.
Despite not taking any actual damage yourself, Otter, aside from when you were in your bear form, you do look diseased. You are a sight to behold. You've got festering boils and blisters, and you occasionally cough up the occasional fly. And Ilarin kind of reels back as she sees this, and she goes, yes,
Might one of you know how to take care of it, I guess?
I'm gonna kind of stumble through the door and hit up and land on one of these chairs.
You know that it's usually up to the resilience of the person that is currently affected. However, it is still technically a disease, so any sort of potion that might cure a disease or a lesser restoration spell from a cleric might be able to save you in terms of ending it early.
Now, will Healing Word do anything for this?
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that can help me out, so...
Dang.
However, because because I wanted to have some sort of pertinence here and now, Otter, make me a Constitution saving throw. Okay. Otter, your maximum HP is reduced by... Let's see it. And that is only 1. However, whenever your character does end up getting cured of this, all of those maximum health points that you lost will come back.
So, question. I was down 1 of my actual health points. Does that go down 1 as well, or am I just maxed at my max health now, technically?
You're just at your max health now.
Okay.
Yeah, it would only count as damage if it actually reduced your current HP along with it. So for today only, you are at -1 max HP. Well, 1 less, I should say. -1 would be you're dead. You're beyond dead. But that's the only time I'm going to make you roll that for today. So. Because I assume that if you survive this this place, you will just go and get yourself cured from like a cleric or something.
Yeah, so for the purposes of this stream, I think I'm just occasionally.
Yeah. Like I said, it's mostly just going to be flavor.
Yeah.
But Carver looks over at Alarin and he says, "Well, that takes care of one problem. But I don't know for how long we'll be able to live without more coming." Alarin says, "It takes them a long time to get here. I imagine as long as our new friends do the job quick enough, we shouldn't see any more abyssal threats."
I just kind of wave my paw out and just like, yes, get on with it. I understand, but at least allow a man a drink after that dreadful experience. And I pull the bottle of wine out.
The tiefling man, Carver, he looks over and he says, "Is that the stonemason?"
No.
Roll me a deception check.
Shit.
I love the. What do you got there?
Smoothie. Carver folds his arms again and he says, "Consider it payment for taking care of the Bulezau. I couldn't care less anymore."
I quickly uncork the bottle with whatever is at hand.
There's like a knife on the table next to you, and you just like a bottle of champagne. You just shit.
Exactly
just,
what I was thinking.
Yep. And it doesn't bubble quite like champagne does, but there is a satisfying boom as the cork comes flying off. It actually flies across the room over to Alarin, and she catches it.
All right.
I grab some of the glasses or cups that are on the table and just pour 4 cups.
Okay. You pour out 4
Thank
cups. And Alarin and Carver, they come over, and Alarin says, "Well, forgive me for presuming, but I do believe a thank you is in order."
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Kalena comes flying over a little bit, and she says, "I wish I could taste. I'd love to have some." And Carver says, "You may be dead, but you're still a minor."
I just give a satisfied nod to Carver for that.
And Kalena, a little dejectedly, is just kind of, "Oh, okay. All right." But the 4 of you take a nice victory swig of this stonemason brew, the stonemason wine. And it is sweet. It's sweeter than you were expecting, but it is delightful. It is not too heavy on any particular notes. You give it a small swirl in your glass, and when you lean in to take in some of the scent, you smell the scent of various berries and a slight note of honey.
Ooh. Nice.
It is delightful.
Keep talking.
As you take your first sip of it, you feel... It's almost as if you feel right for the first time that you set foot in this mansion, despite the scent of the Bulezau outside the door.
I am taking
I'm
large
just like,
swigs
prestidigitation. I'm like, I don't have prestidigitation on this character.
I am taking large chugs just to trying to clear the taste out of my mouth.
As you are taking large swigs, I'm going to need you to make me another Constitution saving throw.
I saw it coming and I still did it.
Natural 20.
Hey.
No matter
No problems.
No matter what this wine could do to you, it does not come anywhere close to the misery that you're feeling from the Bulezao. You feel no intoxication whatsoever.
Why did you have to make my victory sound so bad?
Well, because the alternative was you keel over and start throwing up flies and vomit. But
Fly just comes out of your mouth and it's just like this.
You feel a delightful. I will say you feel a delightful buzz, but you don't feel the negative effects of intoxication.
Is there some assurance about the flies?
Yeah, a couple of the flies just come out drunk and they just like kind of.
Yeah, a couple of the flies come out and they ain't flying a straight line. You actually see some of them kind of like tilt a little bit as they fly, and it looks like kind of like they're like almost like, you know, like a drunk man's swagger. That's what it looks like, but with them flying.
So after emptying my cup, I make like I'm gonna slam it down on the table just to watch Carver's reaction.
Carver, give me a performance check.
Oh, great.
I'm
I've got awkwardness in character too. I'm boned. Oh hell
Okay.
yeah! That's how I wound up married.
You're obviously trying to make a scene here, and despite his protestations against it, Carver's watching, and he's just kind of he's mean mugging you a little bit.
And I gently place the cup back down on the table.
He pauses for a moment looking at you before he swirls his glass and just takes a real big swig out of it. He kind of tilts his head back as he just lets it just go down. And it just
that's also how I wound up married.
Drains it from the glass. And
just wondering, are we taking a short rest?
I will consider this a short rest.
Okay.
So, Otter, you get 1 charge of Wild Shape back.
I get my spell slot back.
Ezekiel, you get your spell slots back. And, yep, you're also healing up. Otter, I think you took, like, no damage except for, like, that one...
yeah, it didn't really... My max health going down just brought me back to full health, basically.
Yeah.
I got right back up to full health again.
Nice. Ilarin, she finishes her glass and she puts it aside and she says, "Well, I suppose you have children to find in this manner."
That we do.
I wish you luck. We are going to prepare for our eventual trip back to Avernus.
I just kind of peek over at the nearest down cackler and just go, "You're not going to put it in the fireplace too, are you?"
Oh, good heavens, no. No. We consider that a cremation. Oh, when we had to think of staying here for an extended period, we're not going to have some rotting corpse stink up the place more than the Bulezau has. But since your victory over the Bulezau, I have no reason to believe that we'll be here for much longer.
I just kind of say, "Right then," and hop out of the chair. "Shall we?" I'd say to Ezekiel.
Yeah. Let's, I'm gonna finish off the last little bit in my glass and set it on the table and just... Nope. All that's left really is upstairs. At least we know we don't have any more Cattlers or the Bulezau to worry about, so it should be relatively safe walking.
My tail is passing past the door. That's all you see of me leaving.
Ilarin does mention before you take off, though, that I believe that was all of the demons outside of the Babao upstairs. Do hurry, because we don't want to see any more demons pass through the portal, or the ritual circle, as it were.
Of course. Don't worry. Everything should be alright relatively soon. I'm not gonna get... I know that's gonna put up a fight, but we'll be fine. Don't worry.
Okay. And with that, we are going to take a momentary break just a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes, and we will finish up the mystery of Silvaine Manor. Be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. So, we are now in the second floor of Silvaine Manor. Otter and Ezekiel have moved up the stairs, and they're now going to investigate the second floor. There are 2 of the youths unaccounted for, and the Ring of Torm.
All right.
The 2 of you look ahead, and you see across the hall from you, there is a great door right here. You actually see a purple light glowing through the cracks in the door. And you swear you hear a low growl.
Well, guess that's where Mr. Babao is. Bow, bow, bow.
Bow, bow, bow. Ba-bow.
I nod and kind of take a step forward, looking around, looking for like any specific doors that lead off of the hallway.
There are a few areas you can go. There is a hallway that leads this way, and there's a hallway that leads this way beyond these doors. These doors, however, are already opened from here and here, presumably from the demons that have been patrolling the halls and just without a care leaving doors open. Not all of them are open, however, so... but these 2 big hallway ones are open.
Well,
I'm gonna start.
so the left or right?
Well, we're right here. I just kind of gesture this way.
Okay. You begin to move further east, and you do see there's 2 closed doors. One to the north, right here, and one to the south.
I'll go to the north door and gently tap on it, see if it opens.
You tap on the door, but it remains shut.
Okay. I'll go ahead and try to open it.
You reach out and you grab the handle of the door. However, it appears locked.
Okay. Well, not that way.
I'm gonna try the door in the south.
This door is not locked. It does open.
I am opening the door.
You open the door and you notice that it looks as though there's a few mining tools here. A couple pickaxes, some letters on the bed, and some books on the walls. This is an odd room, to say the least.
I am going to step into the room and see if is this a door down this corner here?
A door? Oh, in that corner. Yes, there is a door there. It appears to be cracked open slightly.
I am going to approach the door.
Okay, you approach the door. Do you wish to open it?
I peer over and see what Ezekiel's doing.
I'm gonna come into the room and I'm gonna take a quick poke around the room, see why there would be like mining gear in a house.
Okay. Ezekiel, give me an investigation check.
What?
There's some letters on the bed, and rifling through them, you find one, and apparently Lord Silvaine's occupation before they came into this wealth, before they came into this mansion, he used to be a miner.
Ah. Okay. So, a never forget your roots kind of room, I guess.
It's just kind of where he threw everything,
Okay.
despite it being a bedroom, which is kind of odd.
Yeah. Oh.
They had so many bedrooms, they had no idea what to do with them all. Which is honestly relatable.
Yeah.
I am going to try to open the door.
Okay. You reach your hand out and you push on the door slightly as it creaks open. And you look inside, and it's a bathroom of sorts. It's got a bath. It's got everything you need for a bathroom.
You know what? I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna step in there and see if anything stands out to me.
Okay.
Cheers, full.
Otter, as you step inside, your nostrils are hit with a scent of stale water. You look to the bathtub to the north, and you notice that it's filled with water, but it doesn't seem to have been disturbed in a long time.
I'm not sure if I'm feeling curious today. I am going to approach the bathtub and just try to figure out why there's a pool of water.
Okay. You approach the water, and give me a perception check.
I'm gonna come on over to the door. They're like, well, below to the house used to be a miner before, so I guess this is where he put all his things. Anything interested?
Otter, you look into the water, and it looks like it's kind of, oddly enough, gathered dust. There's a thin film of dust on the surface of the water.
So what you're saying is, am I able to see kind of into it?
Yes, it's obscured lightly by the dust, but you look inside and there's nothing in the water.
Okay, I'm gonna walk back over to Ezekiel. I don't know, I was feeling the horror movie moment there.
What's a movie?
It was not out loud. Alright. I'm just gonna say to Ezekiel, I don't think we're really gonna find much of interest in here.
Man. Well, alright, time to keep moving on, keep pressing on. Gonna
Scurry out.
Okay. As the two of you step outside, give me a perception check, both of you. Great. Okay. Ezekiel, you see nothing in particular. You're just kind of focusing on, all right, let's move on to the next room we can easily get into.
yeah.
Otter, despite almost missing it, there's a interesting symbol on the door that's across from you. And you are taking note of it for the most part. Give me a religion check. Okay. You do understand that the symbol on this door, which is it's a painted white gauntlet. You recognize this as a symbol of Torm.
No, hold on there. And I just kind of approach it and look a little closer at it. Kind of gesture to Ezekiel. It's like, I think that's the symbol of Torm.
Ultimately, huh. Wow, don't know how I missed it before. And this is it's definitely locked.
You reach out and you try the handle again, and yeah, it doesn't seem like it wants to give. It appears locked.
Okay. Well, well, we have the hallway down and the hallway up.
How strong does the door feel? I'm gonna reach up and shake it. How strong does it feel?
Give me an investigation check. Give it to me with advantage because you are a druid, so nature's your thing, so you might know if the wood itself is particularly strong. You think that this is a type of oak, which is a fairly sturdy wood. However, the door doesn't seem to be terribly thick, so you think if either you or Ezekiel were able to give it a good beating, it might smash open.
Oh.
I'm gonna shapeshift into a goat.
All
like
right.
a ram.
Into a goat. Let's see. Do you want goat or ram?
Like a ram, like with the big ass horns.
A ram with the big ass horns. All right, let's see. Really? Okay. Interesting. They don't have ram. That's right. We'll make one up. You become a ram, and let's see. Where is? Yeah, this works. Whoops. No, I'm
Whatever
using...
it is, it can't be too bad.
Ha! Beasties. Alright, well, we'll just use this for now. You become a ram. Oh, you become a ram. Imagine that the token has horns. This is also otter.
Oh.
Doink and Doinkus and Poinkus. There we go. And otter, you got giant horns on your somewhat sheep-like head, and you do that thing where like a sheep or a goat kind of like scrapes at the ground with their hoof before they obviously are going to charge.
I am backing up. I'm getting a running start.
All right, you back. Oh, sorry. You back up, back into the bedroom you were just in, and with a from your nostrils, make me an athletics check. I will make this up on the fly. So just do a just roll a d20.
Wait, am I on open mic now?
I do hear you, yes. Okay. You begin to charge, and you begin to accelerate towards the door, faster and faster, and your head collides with the door. Please roll for damage. Actually, hold on. Roll me 2d4. Okay. You collide with the door, and it's a very loud thwacking sound as you see the door jostle quite a bit as your horns make contact with the door. However, it doesn't look like the door is breaking down just yet, but it looks like you did do some damage. You actually chipped away at some of the front of the door.
I'm going for another run.
All right. While he's doing this, Ezekiel, do you want to do anything?
I'm gonna step back to give him a make sure he doesn't worry about hitting me. I'm gonna see what's take a look down the hallway.
Okay.
See if there's anything down.
Otter, roll me one more athletics check. So roll me a d20 and then we'll add this stat to it. you back up and you begin to charge again at this door, trying to aim for the same spot that you just hit. Your horns make contact with that same spot. Please roll 2d4 once more.
Oh, come on.
As your horns make contact with the door, that's just enough damage to snap it in half. Managing to hit the same spot that you hit before, the door opens up, and you see on the inside, you see this is another ritual room.
Oh.
There are a few bodies here, but they do not appear to be any that you're looking for. In fact, one of the ones that are in this pile looks to be another a couple of teeth. No, one tiefling. One tiefling. There's a few bodies here. Imagine it's one tiefling.
Okay.
And this is most likely, from what you can imagine, the servant that the lady of the house slew when she first came into contact with them.
I'm gonna kind of clickety-clack my goat horns or my goat hoofs through and just kind of start looking through, seeing if I see anything in the instrument.
Okay. Give me a investigation check, but it will be your stat. You look through the pot. You look at this ritual space. It doesn't look quite as grim or as bloody as the one that was downstairs. This one is most likely person-made. It's most likely something actually religious and not just infernal.
I'm gonna join him and take a look around the room.
Okay.
If I find it. And
Ezekiel, you see some papers scattered on the bed to the northwest of this room. And as you're investigating these, you find one in particular that seems to have been written in haste. Do you wish to read it?
yeah, I'm gonna pick it up and read it.
Okay. Ezekiel, you pick up this piece of paper and it reads, "If anyone is reading this, and my end has come to pass, heed me. My husband tried to summon the blasted devil to bargain with once again, but this time he accidentally performed the wrong ritual and summoned a demon instead. Devils can be reasoned with, but demons are bred singularly for chaos. It has slain my husband and our daughter, Kalena, and by my duty as a paladin in the service of Torm, I will not let this monster free to terrorize Brime and beyond. I have performed a sealing ceremony, anchored by my ring of Torm in the center of this ceremony circle I created. I am safe here, but my wounds are grave. The fiend cannot escape the walls of this house, but it's only a matter of time until, Torm forbid, the demon devises a way to break the seal and escape. I beseech thee, finish what I have started. May Torm guide you."
All right. I would have been reading it out to Otter as well after I picked it up.
Okay.
That way he also knows what's going on.
So from what this note is mentioning, it sounds like the Ring of Torm should be in this room.
Yeah. But it looks like it isn't.
I'm going to.
The letter did
approach
say.
the bodies.
The letter did say that it was in the center of the ceremony circle.
Okay.
Otter, make me an investigation check with advantage.
Boy.
Okay.
Almost a 2.
All right, roll one more time.
Oh, right.
Yep. Despite your best efforts, you don't see any sort of ring. You don't see it on the body. You don't see it around the body. It's just gone.
I'm gonna trace my hand like along, like around in the circle, see if there's like it might have got into like a bit of a crack in the floor or pushed under something. I'm also gonna.
You don't see any cracks big enough for a ring to fall into.
Okay.
I just kind of clack my hoof against the stone and just nudge my head towards the door.
Okay. Alright, so the rings. Oh, excuse me. Ring's not here. Where?
At this point, Kalena floats up into the room. Well, outside the room. She can't enter this room. And she sits outside the door and she says, "Did you find anything?" Oh, you're a goat now.
Yeah.
I seem to have forgotten I was a goat for a moment.
Yeah. Well, we did find the room where your mother sealed the thing away, or what she used to seal it away. But the
Oh,
ring that she mentioned, it's not here, which is concerning.
well, I don't know who could have moved it. Perhaps one of the servants tried moving it, thinking it might be safer somewhere else, but
Yeah.
I don't know. The last one that had a key was Tremuin, and he's gone now.
Yeah. Well, can't hurt to keep looking around. We know that Bully Zhao isn't getting out yet, so.
I'm just gonna step around or step through Kalena again. Meh.
Oh, that feels different when you're a ram. Interesting. Anyway, do you need my help? I'll look anywhere that I can. I'll do my best to look.
Oh, of course. I say there's no more main threats wandering around, so you shouldn't have to worry about hiding anywhere right now.
Yes. Is there anywhere you'd like me to look? And you can look elsewhere?
Yeah. You know what's in the? I'm gonna step around her. That's at least.
As
you know
the
what the?
as the two of you have moved over to this side of the hall, you see it opened up a little bit more. Bloop. And let me do that. Ezekiel, you see all the way down to the end of the hall. And
Okay.
Otter, you see down to where the hall starts to turn.
Let's see. So what are the rooms down here? There's the doorway on the right, and then the doors at the end. What's this big room here on the right?
Are you talking about this one?
Kalena. Yeah.
She says, "Oh, that was my mother's pottery room, or plotting plants in that room. There's plants.
Ah, all right.
There was
Can't
one.
hurt to-
There was one thing that she really enjoyed more than her service to Torm, and it was taking care of plants."
Oh. Oh well, I'm gonna turn and look over at Otter and been like, well, I guess you also like your plants. Maybe you would know something more about them there than I would.
Meh.
Some of these other ones.
I'm just gonna canter by you. Clickety clack, clickety clack.
Okay.
Yeah.
That door appears to have been smashed open. As you look
Give me the
inside,
pin,
you do notice that there's an overgrowth of plants and flora in here. However, there also is a body. This looks to be like the body of one of the young boys that went missing.
I am going to enter the room and kind of stamp my hoof as I do to kind of show Ezekiel that, yeah, get over here. But meh.
All right. Okay. I'll go ahead and follow. Oh. Oh dear.
Kalina flies up behind you and she says, "What? What is? Oh, oh, oh! I see.
Does he look like the same age as the other one, or is he younger?
He's about the same age as the one you saw in the chamber below.
Okay.
He's not the young one.
Okay. So there's still a chance to find him. Oh, the damn thing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look around.
last I saw, the servants asked the young boys to hide when they smelled something nasty, and I guess the Buezao must have found this one.
Yeah. I don't keep meaning to ping. I keep meaning to just drag my guy over.
Yeah, no worries. Happens all the time.
I am going to look around the room and see if any particular plants stand out to me.
Okay. Roll me a nature check with advantage. Okay. You're not too familiar with a lot of the plants that are in here. A lot of these look really exotic. They look like plants that you've certainly never seen before. There is the one that you're standing over. That one is called a creeping cluster, and it is known to extend out if left unchecked. It's kind of like a kudzu vine. It's a bit invasive. You actually see it overtaking some other plants. But that's the only one that you recognize.
Is this the door down here?
That is a door.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and try to open up the door. See if there's anything else here.
Okay, you open up the door, and the door does open.
Oh.
But it's another bathroom.
Ah, okay.
Bzz.
Nah. Another bathroom. Do I recognize any of the plants that are...
Give me a nature check, but you do not get advantage.
Right. 13.
You recognize the flowers with purplish petals. These are plants that appear to be native to the Feywild. They are not native on this plane of existence.
Wow. Exotic plants.
Kalina, as she kind of shakes off a little bit of the despair of finding this dead body with the two of you, she says, I'm going to go and check the rooms up here to see if I can find the third boy.
Okay.
I
Alright,
tap my hoof.
sounds good.
And you see her begin to just... Oh. Come on. You see her begin to face through the wall, and she begins to investigate on her own.
Well, I guess we want to head down the other hallway, because she's going to be poking around up here for a bit.
I nod.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and try the door here.
Okay. You try the door there. Give me one moment to get my stuff in. Okay. Let me get the... You open the door, and the door does open. You look inside, and this looks to be like a children's room of sorts. You see a couple of beds that look like they were made up for multiple children to sleep in here at one time. Do you enter?
Not without Kalina, no.
Okay.
I will be polite and not examine the room without her.
After a couple of minutes, at the northern point of the house, you see she begins to float her way back down the hall, and she says, "I've found nothing."
I think we found your room, or at least what used to be your room when you were more mortally inclined.
Oh, this actually wasn't my room specifically.
Oh.
This was for if we had guests over.
Oh.
My room is in the, I think, northwest? Give me one sec. My room was more to the northwest of the mansion. This was for if we ever had... This was if we ever had guests over, but we never really did. My dad and I would play in here sometimes, though, to at least give it some kind of use. Otter and Ezekiel, I'd like you to make me a perception check. Ezekiel,
getting all the bad rolls out now.
Ezekiel, you hear nothing, you see nothing, you smell nothing. Aside from the lingering scent of the Bulezau that's been patrolling the halls for like the past however many years, you don't notice anything. Otter, you think you hear a light in this room. It's a light scritching, a light, it's very faint, but you hear something in here.
I kind of clock my hoof towards the door. Hop through. Like cosplaying a goat over here.
Yeah. I find something?
I start kind of sniffing around. I don't know how I explained. Starts trying to sniff around like I'm trying to find somebody.
Oh.
You begin checking around. Give me an investigation check. Ezekiel, would you like to do the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does my goat nose give me any advantage to being able to sniff sniffs?
Oddly enough, no.
Mad.
And Ezekiel, now that Otter has tipped you off that there might be something in here, you look around, and just off of a hunch, you check underneath the bed, and under the bed is a cowering boy. He's alive.
Oh. Oh. Well,
And
hello there.
he kind of retreats a little bit as you seem to have noticed him, and he and he backs away a little bit further under the bed.
I'll step back from him and hold up my hands. It's like, it's okay. I apologize for startling you. I'll just be like, I'm Ezekiel, and my goat, well, it's not usually a goat. His name's Otter. Yeah, so we actually
Otter?
came here looking for you and your friend.
That's a goat. That doesn't look like an otter.
He can change shape. He was a bear earlier when we took care of the larger demon, one of the demons here.
Kalena floats into the room and she says, "It's okay, Weskin. They're friends." And Weskin slowly crawls out from under the bed and stands back up. It looks like he's got a little bit of dirt and grime on his face. He's probably been in hiding for the past couple days.
Wow.
I got a weird question. Can I access my bag while I'm in animal form?
I will say that... Let me double check what the ability says, actually. Now I'm curious. If it doesn't say anything, I'll say that it's just kind of like on your back.
Because I want to give the kid a good berry, but, bag.
Yeah.
It does not say anything about the stuff that you carry. Yeah.
So it'll just say, like, I'm holding my stuff like saddlebags.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like your back,
Okay.
like if you had like a backpack, now it's just on your back. Like imagine, imagine Tony Chopper carrying a backpack, that sort of thing.
So I'm gonna try and gesture to Ezekiel to get the kid a berry.
Give me a performance check to see if that's actually something that you're able to get across to Ezekiel.
Actually, I have my awakened mind. I can actually talk to him.
Oh, sure, why not?
I'm telepathic.
Oh my god, you guys are fine. All right, you guys are fine.
Awakened mind. There we go.
So I don't know why I've been insisting on being a goat.
You're both pretty much able to have. You're both pretty much able to have a telepathic conversation.
Yeah.
I should have just been talking this whole time.
All right. No, you were just.
I mean, it's funny.
No,
though.
Otter.
So,
No. You were committed to the bit, and I love you for it.
You just hear, "Meh," and I go, "Oh, excellent idea." I'll just I'll take
Ezekiel,
out,
you do understand that Otter's trying to get you to reach for a good berry.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and take one of the good berries out and be like, "Hey, Weskin, you look like you haven't had anything to eat in a while. Like, it's a good berry."
You actually hear his stomach growl as you mention this, and he says, "I could stand to eat. Yes."
I'll go ahead and hand it out to him.
He holds his hand out with a slight bit of apprehension, but for the most part, he looks at Kalena, and she just nods, and he accepts the good berry.
I just gently place it in his hand.
He takes the good berry and he puts it in his mouth, and he begins to chew it, and then swallows it, and you see his what we're looking not quite gaunt, but sunken cheeks a little bit. You could see he was definitely tired. All of that just slowly starts to fade away as the effects of the good berry take hold. He says, "I was starving for 2 days, and all of a sudden I'm full."
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
That's magic for you.
Magic. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Are the monsters gone?
Yep. All except the one locked behind the big doors.
As you mentioned the one behind the big locked doors, you actually hear and feel a rumbling as dust begins to get knocked loose from the ceiling, and it starts to rain down a little bit. Not too much, but like it trickles down from the rafters, from the ceiling. And then you hear a loud booming rock congas. Neither of you speak Abyssal, so neither of you understand. But it's an echoing voice. It is a booming voice. It's enough to scare Weskin. He actually starts preparing to get back under the bed. And he begins cowering again. Otter and Ezekiel, give me a charisma saving throw.
So I attest that as a goat, I'm a little cute and fluffy, so...
Okay.
Nope, no mercy. Alright, fair enough.
Okay. You both begin to feel a slight apprehension build up in the both of you. It was a terrifying, deep, grumbling, guttural sound. The babao was certainly speaking, and it did not seem happy. Ezekiel, you're fine. Otter, you feel a pang of fear grip at you.
I suppose that means that we should start to pick up the pace in searching for that ring.
I kind of canter out the door.
Weskin pokes his head out from underneath the bed and he says, "You said you're looking for a ring?"
Yeah, I'm gonna, squat down so I'm a little bit more like eye level with him under the bed, and it's a ring that probably looks more like I have a gauntlet on it. It's the Ring of Torm that Helena's mother had before she passed. You haven't seen anything like that around, have you?
One of the tieflings got it from that room just over there. He locked the room back up after he was done, but he had it on him. He said he was gonna try to hide it somewhere else where it might be harder to find, but I don't know where he would have hidden it. But is he okay?
That's a problem. I just shake my head slowly. Just no, unfortunately not.
Oh, well, if the weird goat demon killed him, it might have taken it back to, and he points out the door towards this way.
Oh.
They have a weird
Right, well,
chapel, churchy thing there, and every now and then they'll gather there and they'll talk in that weird language.
Alright, well, Otto and I will go take a look. Helena, would you be able to bring Weston downstairs to the others? That way he feels a little bit more safe here.
Kalina nods and she says, yes, of course.
Nice.
Come along, Weskin, let's go.
Thank
And
you,
Weskin
Helena.
Weskin slowly crawls out and he says, all right, let's go. And they head off downstairs.
Alright. 1 out of 3 children's.
Meh.
I guess we'll go ahead and start heading down towards the freaky steeple.
All right. You head into this hallway, and you notice that there's a room just off of this main hall to the south, and then as you look further down the hall, the hallway begins to change a little bit. This is the rest of the hallway.
Okay.
And as you walk up towards this area, you see deeper in, this looks like some sort of chapel sort of looking place.
Ah. Creepy.
This room in particular smells very bad. It almost seems as though when he wasn't on patrol, this is where the Bulezao spent most of its time.
Ah. Okay. Well, I'm going to head up to the table here, and I'm gonna take a look and see if there's anything here. Mainly the ring, but anything else that'll help too. Won't hurt me.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh, please.
You're having a rough time looking. There's a lot of just scattered stuff all over it. You see a few things that looks like it's been pilfering from some of the corpses that they've been making. There's some loose things that they've taken an interest in. Demons don't have a particular value system when it comes to certain items, so anything that they find that could be shiny or valuable to them, they were probably throwing it on this table as like sort of a hoard of things that they wanted to keep.
Ah.
Otter, would you like to try an investigation check?
Yes.
All right, roll for it. Oof.
Meh.
Even as a ram, you can't see over the table.
Damn.
I'm gonna headbutt the table.
Oh, okay. Roll me a d20. This is going to be an attack roll. You
Down with tables.
you smack the table with your ram horns. Roll me, I think it was, what was it, 2d4?
I think so, yeah.
All right, roll me 2d4. Okay. You manage to jostle the table heavily, and it shifts a lot of the items that are on it just around. Some items do fall off the table, so you can investigate those if you'd like to, Otter.
I would like to investigate those.
Ezekiel, you can investigate as well.
Yeah. I'll see if there's anything that he might have cleaned off of the table. Oh.
Ezekiel, you don't find anything on top of the table. Otter, you see the same symbol on a ring that falls off the table as the one you found on the door. It's the symbol of Torm.
Telepathically, I say. Meh.
Yeah. Yeah? I'm gonna... Oh, well, I'll be...
He's speaking in tongues! Alright.
Oh.
Otter, you have found the Ring of Torm. And you're doing your best to express that in the most ram-like fashion that you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna look down and see, like, man, did you find something? Well, hey, you did
Yep.
find something.
There it is, Ezekiel, the Ring of Torm.
Well, now. Well, that's the last piece. What exactly were we supposed to do with this? It was just used to unlock the room so we could kill it?
So it was used as the binding, the divine seal that binds the demon to this home, and it's also the divine seal on the door.
Okay. So it's basically we used the ring to open the door to kill the demon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
The master boss key.
Pretty much.
Nice. With the boss key, we can head straight there. Alright. I'm just gonna look over at Otter and be like, just hold up the ring, just be like, you ready?
Meh.
Okay.
Alright.
You both take... You you both take one of the hallways that leads you back to the... yeah, you take this hallway, if you so choose. It's the quickest hallway, after all. This area opens up as well, but we're not going to worry too much about that.
Yeah.
You walk up to the door, and you see this magic seal, this magic circle that kind of rotates in front of the door, almost waiting for the ring to open it.
I'm gonna look over at Otter and be like, you know, we're going in as a goat, or did you have another shape in mind? Just figured I'd ask before we just bust on in there.
I look ready to bull rush the door without opening it.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Are you preparing to charge?
Hell yeah, Leroy Jenkins, let's go.
Okay, so just to be clear, you are going to charge straight in as soon as the door opens.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. Ezekiel, you raise the ring up to the door, and you see the magic circle beginning to wow, wow, wow. And the magic seal in front of the door slowly dissipates, almost like the sound of a very thin sheet of glass breaking. And
Nice.
the glow, at least from that magic seal, is gone. The only glow you see now is the glow coming from the cracks within the door. You hear a from beyond the door, almost as if saying, something's changed.
And then turn to Otter and be like, all right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to throw open the door and let him go through.
Okay.
And I actively charge in.
You throw open the door, and as soon as it opens, you look inside and you see a large demon at the other end of the room. And before it even has a chance to react, you're already stampeding towards it. Otter, I need you to make me an attack roll.
Is that a
This
D20?
is a surprise round.
What am I rolling? I'm a goat.
Just roll a d20 and I'll tell you what to add.
Balls.
Okay, well, let me get some decent battle music going on, and then we can, then we'll be in business.
Yeah.
Let's see, how's this one?
My headset made a weird beep, beep, beep noise, so I should probably charge it after we're done with this.
Yeah. All right, let's see. You're going to add 6 to that, so that's going to be a 15 to hit. Let me just open up my tablet here.
I have a bad feeling about this.
That
Bad
just
feeling.
hits. Roll 2d4 plus 4. Okay, so that's going to be 10 damage.
Baram you.
So you get right up in his grill,
Oh yeah.
and you, boom, right into him.
Clunk.
However, he's taking half damage.
Eh?
He has resistance.
Non-magical.
I feel
Actually,
like now might be a good time for me to ask how many hit points a goat has.
Yeah.
You in particular, you are going to have 27 hit points.
Thank you.
Ooh, that's pretty strong for a goat.
Mutton to spit at.
Yeah.
All right, let me just get some other minor stuff accounted for, and then we will get right into the thick of it. I do need to make sure that I don't think your attacks are considered magical, even in wild shape.
No, it's just the animal.
Okay.
Unless the animal he turns into is magical. I don't think so.
Nope, then it is pretty much just a normal, non-magical attack. Okay.
Just a whole ass goat charging in to fight a demon.
Okay, there we go. At this point, I'd like you guys to roll for initiative.
Ready.
Okay, that is fitting. Interesting.
Ooh.
Okay, so 14 for Otter and an 18 for Ezekiel. Otter, you ram into this this large demon as it looms over you. You just kind of like bashed into its shins, and it didn't do too much. It's actually kind of looking down at you, despite being surprised. It looks at you almost incredulously. It's like, wow, really?
If he was a level 6 or higher Circle of the Moon druid, they would be considered magical.
I'm telling you, I picked the wrong circle.
At this
Yeah,
point,
that's fine.
at this point, the babao is going to, and you see it begins to glow with a slight bit of magic, and you see two forms begin to materialize in the room. It has just summoned 2 additional demons.
Oh, okay.
Give me a religion check. Both of you.
Back core sheet. Ugh.
Okay. Ezekiel, you're not too sure what these are. All you know is that these are probably some kind of underlings. Otter, you know for a fact, somehow, but you know, these are dretches. Dretches are some of the lowest forms of fiend in the abyss. They are just a step above mains in the demon world. They are underlings. They are vile, repulsive creatures that are pretty much forced to be frontliners in certain demon warband affairs.
Am I able to share this information, like, just make it so that he knows that?
Telepathically, yes.
Telepathically?
Yeah.
Telepathically, yes.
I can communicate with you telepathically with my Awakened Mind feature.
Yeah, you both have some form of telepathy, so I'm just gonna say yes.
Okay.
Nice.
And I will roll initiative for them as well. I clicked on the D20. Why are you not playing it? There we go. Dretch number 1. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. Boop. And Dretch number 2. Roll. And... oh. Well, alright then. So that was Otter, your surprise round. Ezekiel, top of the order. It's your go.
First, I'm going to bonus action use... I'm going to use Hex on this threat.
Right, because you do still have Hex active, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It has been less than an hour.
It has been less than an hour,
within
yes.
An hour.
I'll say that you've got maybe like a few minutes left in that hour.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
going to hit that one with the Hex.
All right, he is hexed.
And then I'm going to try and true Eldritch Blast like a real American patriot.
Like a real American patriot. Who are you trying to attack, the Dretch or the Babao?
The Dretch that I hit with the Hex.
Okay.
Take one out.
17, that's a hit.
Nice.
Roll for damage.
Plus D6. That's 12.
Okay. You launch an Eldritch Blast at this Dretch, and it right into the chest of this Dretch. You actually see its oddly unusual flesh just kind of as it takes the force of this blast. But it's still standing. It's still upright.
Okay. Alright. That's my turn.
Okay.
Bonus action reaction.
Okay. He didn't like that too much. So he's... what has he got? This is interesting. Alright, works for me. So he is going to kind of shamble his way over to you, Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to take 2 attacks at you. He's got a claw attack and a bite attack. So, first attack is going to be a claw attack. It does a 21 hit.
Dang. Yeah.
Alright. And you are taking 3 damage.
Ouch. My feelings.
And he's going to try and follow up with a bite attack.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think a 5 hits.
No.
Alright. That is it for that Dretch. Otter, you're up again.
Well, at this point, I'm just kind of in it, so
In it to
What
win it.
kind of attacks? What kind of attacks can I do as a goat?
Ram.
Do I have to use an action to move back first?
So your movement and your actual action are two separate things. But if you want to move away from him, you are going to invoke an attack of opportunity.
Does reverting forms count as an action or a bonus action?
Bonus action. I'm just getting your token in position if you do revert back.
And if I were to run straight at the other dretch, would that invoke an attack of opportunity?
Yes, because you'd be leaving his range.
Unless you disengage, and then you could run over to me for free.
You can disengage as an action and then move away, but you would be using your action just to disengage.
Right. You know what? I'm going to reposition. I'm going to disengage.
Okay, you use your action to disengage. You now have free reign to move around.
And what is my range as a goat?
You have... You're gonna like this. It's 50 feet. You're fast.
Ooh,
You are fast.
quick.
Alright, well, I'm going to reposition because I feel like being that close to Big Daddy is not going to be good for my Ramley life, so I'm
Okay.
taking off over here. And I think that's going to end my turn.
All right. That is the end of Otter's turn. It is now the Dretch number 2's turn. And he... Let's see. Yes, come
Sorry
on.
if I just ping the zoom in on the bar for the map wouldn't go away.
Nope, that's fine. Dretch number 2 is going to come on over and he's going to get over on this side of you, Otter. And he's going to release a fetid cloud. A 10-foot radius of disgusting green gas extends out from the Dretch. The gas spreads around corners and its area is lightly obscured. It lasts for 1 minute or until a strong wind disperses it. Any creature that starts its turn in that area must succeed a Constitution saving throw or be poisoned until the start of its next turn. While poisoned in this way, the target can take either an action or a bonus action on its turn, not both, and cannot take reactions.
Oh.
So that's actually real bad.
Yeah.
So let's do this. So that's 10-foot radius. And see it and save. Okay.
Ugh.
So there's his fetid cloud.
Hmm.
But that is his
Wow.
action. That is it for him. It's now the Babau's turn.
Bow, 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 bow.
And it's going to cast... Ezekiel, what kind of weapon do you use? He's not dead yet.
Dagger, or Eldritch Blast.
Are you currently holding your dagger?
Yeah. I
Okay.
got my dagger, but I have my dagger and my Eldritch Blast.
Interesting. Okay. Let me just do
My
one
fancy Bowie
quick
knife.
thing. Okay. He's going to step forward very slightly. And he's going to point at you, Ezekiel.
Mhm.
And you feel your dagger begin to get red hot.
Oh.
He's casting heat metal.
Ah. I can.
There is no save against the damage. You're taking 2d8 damage.
No. Ah.
All right. Ezekiel, you take 13 points of damage.
Ah, right.
Fire.
Ouch.
Okay. I need you to make me a con saving throw.
Okay.
Okay.
19.
Ezekiel, you managed to drop your dagger to prevent further damage.
Ooh, alright.
But you no longer have your dagger ready on hand.
Damn. Okay.
Okay. That is it for the Babao. But it is your turn now, Ezekiel.
Okay. And I gotta do the Constitution saving throw because I'm in the green goop.
You are. Please roll a con saving throw.
8.
Ezekiel, you are poisoned.
Yay! Alright, so I get either an action or a bonus action.
But not
Okay.
both, and you cannot take reactions.
Okay.
That means no
Cool.
hellish rebuke for you, buddy.
That's fine. I'm going to move over so I'm out of the gas but still in the distance.
Okay.
And I am going to... I'm going to use Armor of Agathis.
Okay. A creature of your
And I'm
choice.
going to use... I'm also going to use one of my metamagic sorcery points to cast it at level 3.
Okay. A creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything that... Wait. That's Tasha's hideous laughter.
Yeah, I don't know why I hit that. No, I'm trying to like click through the sheet, so I apologize.
Okay. I was like, huh, that doesn't sound right.
I don't know why I did. Oh, because I tried minimize the
Okay.
weird thing there.
A
I
prote-
minimized it instead of clicking on the thing.
Okay. A protective magical force surrounds you, manifesting as a spectral frost that covers you and your gear. You gain 5 temporary hit points for the duration. If a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points, the creature takes 5 cold damage.
Yep.
And you said you're casting it at
And
level
since
3?
it's Yep, well, I was using one of my sorcery points to make it level 3 instead of level 2. So I get 15.
Damn. All right.
For HP. And he hits me, he takes 15 cold damage.
Damn.
Boom.
All right. Works for
I
me.
imagine like the frost that would just gather around me would also probably be like a weird purplish black, like the color of the room.
Yeah. You are backed up against the wall. Just letting you know.
That's fine. That's fine.
But, yeah. Actually, no, that's not the wall. That's not the wall. I'm sorry. This right here is not wall. That's just a weirdly textured floor.
Okay. Yep, I'm gonna stay right there, and that's my turn.
Okay. The Dretch. Okay. So the Dretch that is directly next to you, he's gonna move away from you. He does not get an attack of opportunity from you, however, because he does not because you are currently poisoned until the start of your next turn. I'm also going to draw a little thing here to symbolize your dagger. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's your dagger as it lays on the ground. But this Dretch is going to be flanking you, Otter. So it's going to have advantage on its attacks against you because it's flanking with the other Dretch. So it's going to take a bite attack at you. And first roll. I believe a 6 does not hit you. Which, no, it does not.
Yeah, what's a goat's AC?
This here says it's like 13.
Man.
All right. It misses with its... Oh, no, it has advantage. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a hit. That's a 17. And he's going to do 2 points of damage to you.
Meh.
And then he's going to attack with his claws next, with advantage. Alright, so that was a 15 for the first one, and a 2 for the second one. 17 to hit again. And this time he's hitting for 2d4. Okay. Otter, you take an additional 7 damage.
Meh.
And that is it for that Dretch's turn. Otter, it is now your turn. Please make a Constitution saving throw. This is going to use the Ram's Constitution.
So that'd be a d20.
Yeah, just roll a d20. Ooh. Otter, you just make it. You are not poisoned.
Meh.
You have both your bonus action, and your reaction still.
Now, am I able to do like a donkey kick kind of thing to the one behind me?
You know what? I'll allow you to do that. Sure.
All right, how do I roll for that? D20?
Yeah, just roll a d20. That will be +6. So 9 + 6, that's going to be 15. On a Dretch, that's a hit. Alright, so roll... Let's see, your ram was 2d4? Yeah, this kick is 2d4 as well. Okay. That is going to be 7 damage total. The Dretch, you donkey kick him square to the jaw. You see it kind of rearranges his jaw a little bit. Like, it kind of like... But he was already slack-jawed to begin with, so not much has changed.
Just for my reference, so the one I kicked is the one that's behind me, so the left-hand one, right?
Yes, so you just donkey kicked this guy.
Right. Alright, so that was my action.
Yes.
The heck can I even do as a bonus action as a goat?
Not
Shift
much.
back, yeah?
You can drop your wild shape, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, either way I move, I'm gonna open myself up to opportunity, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much.
I must stay put then. End turn.
Okay. This Dretch is also going to take a couple swings at you, Otter. So he's going to attack with his bite first, also having advantage on this.
I love how the babao is like poking out of the frame. Or his icon.
Oh yeah,
Very
no,
cool.
some of them do that, which I kind of really like. All right,
I dig it.
Otter, 19. That's going to hit.
Meh.
You take 5 points of damage.
Still a goat, baby.
And then...
Wild shape is so good because it's like, oh, look at all this temporary HP I have.
And then following up with a claw attack. Which a 13 meets. You are taking damage.
Meh.
You take 5 more damage.
Meh.
How's your RAM HP looking?
8.
Ah! Okay. That is it for that Dretch's turn. And now it's the Babao's turn. Ezekiel, the Babao
Yes.
is going to look at you. Wait, hold on. He's gonna get closer, and then he's gonna look at you. You feel the strength beginning to leave your body at just its mere gaze. I need you to make me a con saving throw.
Okay. 20.
Okay. You feel that strength waning from you, but you quickly shake it off and nothing happens.
Ugh. Okay.
It was beginning to try and weaken you with its gaze.
Oh. Cool.
It is, however, really upset that you were able to shake off its weakening gaze so easily. And it's instead going to step up to you the rest of the way, and it's going to make a claw attack.
Uh-huh.
That's not impressive. 10 to hit.
No.
The babao swings down with one of its massive lithe claws, and you manage to sidestep it just in time that you don't feel the grazing of its slimy coated claws. And that is it for the babao. Ezekiel, you're up.
I'm going to use one of the magic stones that Otter gave me, and I'm going to throw it at the wretch that I hacked.
All right. So, let's see. Magic stone. Magic stone. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Cool. My browser just closed.
Oh.
All right. Easy. Easy money. Easy. Let's go right here. And magic stone. Okay. Ranged spell attack. I believe it's just your dex plus proficiency. You're just throwing something.
Yeah, because it's
But it gets my wisdom bonus, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gets Otter's wisdom.
That's for damage. Oh, no.
Yeah.
It says the attacker adds your spellcasting ability modifier, not the attackers to the attack roll. Okay, yeah. So, Otter, what's your spellcasting ability? Do you know?
Where would that be under?
So, it's your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
So I think my wisdom modifier is 3.
And then your proficiency bonus is +2, so it'll be +5 to hit.
Well,
Natural 20.
Okay, natural 20. That's going to crit.
Yeah.
So that's going to
And
be
it's a 6 plus whatever his wisdom was.
1d6 plus 6 plus Otter spellcasting ability modifier, which is going to be another 5. So that's 1d6 plus 11.
16.
Okay.
Oh, plus another d6 because he's hacked. 3, so that's 19.
The Dretch had 2 HP left. How do you do it?
I'm gonna do the... Like, I'm gonna flick the stone out of my pocket, and I'm just gonna with my thumb, just boom, like I'm just doing like a coin flip, but I'm just gonna point it straight at the Dretch and just pow, just get it right through the eyes.
Okay. You fling this stone directly at the Dretch, and it actually goes directly through one of its eyes. And it pops out directly from the back of the head. He's dead.
Nice.
The magic of the stone, when the stone rests on the ground behind it, you see the magic fade away from it. You actually see it glistening and gleaming, and it slowly goes back to a dull sheen, or a dull hue.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to move the hex onto the bow.
Okay, you do so.
Yeah. For whatever
Uh,
reason, my keyboard is not responding when I try to do stuff. I'm just gonna unplug it, plug it back in. There we go, much better.
all right. The Babao is now hexed.
1. Yes.
And it is not too thrilled about it.
And that is, I'm gonna move up by moving around it. Try to get a. Actually, no, I'm gonna stay right here.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
All right. So that Dretch is dead. Otter, it's your turn.
Will it cost me anything to just turn around so I can donkey kick the other dredge?
No.
Alright, I'm
However,
gonna do that.
You will have to make a Constitution saving throw because you are in this
right.
fetid cloud.
You're right.
All right, you are managing to. Essentially, it's you've already dealt with the Bulezao. This is no worse.
The terrible memory of the taste is helping me muscle through it.
And the flies that seem to just kind of crawl out of your mouth occasionally are a grim reminder of that.
So what am I rolling? D20 for the kick?
Yeah, D20. And then we're going to add 6. Okay. That is a hit on the Dretch. Please roll 2d4.
That was 2d4, yeah.
Yep, 2d4. Okay. That is 9 damage total. The Dretch, after looking at Ezekiel, after his buddy got absolutely just mind scrubbed by a magic stone, looks back at you and sees 2 hooves just whoosh right up at it and just crack right into its face.
Nice.
It staggers for a little bit, but it's still standing.
I think that's pretty much all I can do, so you know what? No, I'm gonna back up a bit. I'm getting out of this goddamn cloud.
Okay.
I completely forgot that I have the Eyes of the Runekeeper feat, so I can read, or Class Warlock thing, so I can read all writing.
Oh, that would have been helpful earlier.
That's all right. Otter, you said you were
It's been
moving
about
away?
like 7 years.
Yeah,
since I
I'm bailing.
played a Warlock.
All right. The Dretch does get an attack of opportunity on you.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So
Oh, God.
he's going to try and rake at you with a claw attack. And that's going to be a 20 total. And that is going to do 2d4. Otter, you take 6 damage.
I got 2 left.
2 HP left as a ram.
Man.
Very interesting. Okay. That is it for your turn, Otter. The Dretch is now going to it's going to pursue. It's got a one-track mind.
Bastard.
And it's going to take 2 swings at you. First is the bite. 6 does not hit. Second attack is going to be claws. Ooh, it almost hit 12.
I am a slippery goat.
Yes, you do manage to avoid all damage. Next is the Babao's turn. It's going to look over at Otter. And it's going to use its weakening gaze on you. Please make me a Constitution saving throw. So roll a d20 and I will tell you, I believe it was a +4. Rams are hardy.
Man.
Oh, no challenge. Yeah, you look back at him and you just kind of...
Bite me.
Yeah, exactly. This enrages the Babao. And it is going to... it's going to cast Darkness. And
Okay.
it's going to let's get a little funky.
You just I'm sick of this dude.
Pretty much. So darkness.
I have that effect on people.
Let's see. Come on, darkness. What do you do? Alright, darkness. Magical darkness spreads from a point you choose within range to fill a 15-foot radius sphere for the duration. The darkness spreads around corners. A creature with dark vision cannot see through this darkness, and non-magical light cannot illuminate it. Alright. And it's going to center it. Let's see, 15-foot radius. So that's going to be about... Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this circle is the Ring of Darkness.
Ah.
And it's going to... it's going to put it on you and the Dretch, Otter. You cannot see. And the Babao is going to look back at you, Ezekiel, and it's going to take a swipe.
Oh, the hex, before I forget, it was still wisdom. I haven't changed it from the first time.
Okay. He rolled another 4, which makes that a 10, which makes that not hit. But he's very upset. He's very angry. It is now your turn, Ezekiel.
Cool. I'm going to do... Hold on. Was this also... Oh, I can't. That's... Never mind. That's the concentration spell. Okay. I'm going to do Frostbite on the Babao.
Okay.
Nope. I don't want to edit it. Damn.
You cause numbing frost to form on one creature that you can see within range. The target must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 1d6 cold damage and has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. Okay. Con saving throw for the Babao. Has to make a DC 13. And it rolled a 10. Roll for damage.
Nice. And since he's still hexed, that'll be an additional d6. Aww.
Okay.
5 damage.
It is going to take a little bit less of the cold damage.
Okay.
It's going to take 4 damage
so the
total.
cold was first. Okay.
The necrotic damage, however, is not mitigated.
Okay. I'm gonna move over 1, and that'll be it.
Okay.
Over.
Otter, it's your turn. You can't see.
I am going to charge straight ahead.
Okay, this will be with disadvantage, however.
Understood.
Okay. You begin to charge ahead, which means you begin running. If you miss, you will run past the Dretch. However, if you hit, you will stop where you are.
Alright, and that's
so,
a d20 then?
Yep, roll a d20. Plus 6, that is 13. You make contact with something in the darkness. Roll 2d4. Alright, plus 2. That's 7 damage. You manage to hit a soft, squishy part of body that seems to stretch over a decent amount of this creature's body. You ram straight into its stomach. It is a square-on hit.
I still love how he's just donkey kicking the Dretch, and I'm just like doing the you'll have to be quicker than that. Nothing a huge demon.
It's quite the duality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This would absolutely be something. I mean, I did that to the black dragon we fought.
Yeah, you
It
did
got
actually.
saved from being thrown off of its back, and they just like glared at me, and I'm like, yeah, if you want to kill me,
All
you're
right.
gonna try harder than that. And then he got blown up.
We are starting to run on time, so Otter, do you want to move away? If you do, you will incur an attack of opportunity, but he will have disadvantage.
Yeah, so I would just imagine, I'll consider this the movement too. Like, I just keep running straight forward, so
Okay.
essentially I'm going like,
So you kind of blew right past him.
yeah, that's my idea.
Okay. So you get pretty much all the way up to the babao before you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna stop. And the babao looks over at you as you emerge from the darkness. And it towers over you.
Considering this is the first thing I see after I get out of the shadow, I'm like, meh.
All right, but the babao,
Hey.
the Dretch is still going to try and get an attack of opportunity off of you, but with disadvantage this time.
So if he does make it, do I have enough momentum, even though I'll probably lose my beast form?
I will say that you'll keep running, but yeah, it'll just be as your regular otter form.
Alright, very good.
A 14, however, does hit, and he's going to hit you with his claws. All right. 2d4. And that's going to be 4 damage. 2 of that carries over into your actual form.
Yeah, that's right.
You are no longer a ram. You are regular old otter.
Normal.
Just one last time I look up and go, meh.
As a fly
Yep.
trails its way out of your mouth.
Bzz. Hello.
What's this
Hey.
then? But that looks like that should be the end of your turn, unless you have anything else you'd like to do.
What do I don't think I can do anything else, can I?
I don't know if you have anything else that you could do as a bonus action, but if not, then I believe that should be the end of your turn.
Can I eat a good berry as a bonus action?
Ooh, I think you can, actually.
I would like to do so.
Is the only, aside I think from Goodberry, the only druid spell that I remember that's the bonus action is Shillelagh.
No. Eating a good berry is an action.
Damn.
Oh.
That
Okay.
feels a little much, but alright.
No, fair enough. Then,
Shillelagh!
I don't think I took Shillelagh.
No!
I don't think Produce Flame or Thorn Whip can be used as a bonus action, yeah?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I misbuilt my character, I'll tell you that, but
That's
I'll
alright.
end my turn there.
Okay. This Dretch trying to follow you is going to try. He manages to peek his head out. He's going to take 2 swings at you with advantage. First is the bite attack. He's going to crit.
Ooh.
Eh.
Okay. So he's doing 10 damage. Second attack. Okay. Second attack is going to be an 18. Does that hit you?
Yeah, armor class 16, so yeah.
Okay. This is going to be 2d4. And this hits you for 6 damage.
I'm still up.
And that is it for the Dretch. Next is the Babao. It's going to look back at Ezekiel,
Oh, thank God.
and it's going to take 2 swings at you.
First one has disadvantage from Frostbite.
Alright, disadvantage. 9 to hit.
No.
The first one was a 4.
Uh,
He needs to stop rolling those. Second
no.
attack. Does a 16 hit.
Oh, it just barely hits me. Yeah.
Alright. Ezekiel, you are going to take 7 slashing damage,
Okay.
plus 1 acid damage. The slime on its claws, you find, are corrosive.
Ah.
So you are taking
Then,
8 damage total.
yeah.
Okay.
And then he would also take 15 cold damage from my armor of Agathis.
Halved is going to be 8 damage.
Alright. I just want to double check this. Would Hex... whenever I hit them with attack. Okay, never mind. Oh, I do not do an additional d6 for the armor of Agathis. That would be really funny.
Yeah. Ezekiel, your turn.
Cool. I'm gonna blast the... I'm gonna... Yeah. I'm just gonna blast the Dratch.
Okay.
Yeah, Eldritch Blast the Dratch.
All right. Roll to hit.
15.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Cool. Blam. 9.
He had 1 HP left. How do you do it?
I wanted, when I hit him with the blast, when he gets knocked back, just hear the scream of just the, "Ah!" And as soon as he passes the wall of the darkness, it's just gone. Just silence and nothing. He's evaporated.
All right. He is gone. He's dead. His fetid cloud also disperses.
Nice. Everyone is okay. Alright. And, I don't have to use my bonus action to move the Hex over, so that is it. The Hex
Okay.
is already on the bow.
Otter, it's your turn. Even in your normal form, the Babao towers over you.
Especially in my normal form. What's the biggest animal I can think of?
I mean, the bear was pretty big.
I'm going with the bear. I still have one more wild shape. We're going bear.
All right, we're going bear.
Wait. Is wild shape a bonus action?
It's a full action.
Okay, then yeah, just that then.
All right. Otter.
Dinosaur.
Yeah, not many dinosaurs in the forest, I'm afraid.
You,
Yeah.
you emerge from your shape-shifting and you become a bear once more.
Woo!
All right. Okay.
Alright, that's gonna have to be my turn though.
The Babao is going to look at you, and he sees you as the bigger threat currently. He's going to take 2 swings at you.
Bear had 36, right?
Yeah.
Which is the same as Ezekiel HP.
Let's see. Let me just get that stat block back up. And there we go. Okay. He's going to look at you and take 2 swipes at you. And your AC now is 12. That is going to be a 16 to hit. He is going to... Alright, that is going to be 6 damage slashing plus 3 damage acid. You take 9 damage total.
I'm doing okay.
And he's going to swing again. However, this does not make contact. He rolled an 8. That is his turn. Ezekiel, it's your turn.
Thanks. I am going to move around him so that Otter will have advantage.
Okay.
And also, so Eldritch Blast doesn't have disadvantage, and I'm going to Eldritch Blast him.
You can Eldritch Blast with no disadvantage now. Yeah.
Yeah. Bam. 17.
That hits. Roll for
Bam.
damage.
Plus a d6.
Plus d6. All right.
13 total.
13.
Bam.
you see him take the full brunt of this spell. It is a powerful smack to the jaw of just force. Is that the end of your turn, or do you have more?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't have any other. Hex is my bonus action, and that's it.
Okay. Otter, it's your turn. Ezekiel moved to give you advantage on any attacks that you make.
I can make both a bite and a claw attack, correct?
Yes.
We're gonna start with the bite.
All right. Roll a d20, add 7.
2 d20s, take the higher number and add.
Yes, 2 d20s. And then take the higher of the 2.
Oh, that wasn't great.
14 does not hit.
Alright, well then I'm coming in with the claw then.
All right. Roll 2 more times.
2d20s as well.
Yes.
That's a crit. All right. 2d6 plus 17. All right, so that's 26. However, it is halved. It is 13 damage. But still, a very good hit as a bear.
Yeah, if I remain where I am and he remains where he is, Ezekiel gets advantage, correct?
He does not get the advantage. Ezekiel will, but the Babao will not.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay, assuming he doesn't.
I get my advantage would go to a regular roll because ranged attacks have disadvantage at melee range, so I would just be rolling 1 dice. But yes, because otherwise I'd be doing disadvantage for Eldritch Blast.
All right, well I'm staying put then.
Okay. I believe because of he was concentrating on darkness, it is now gone. The darkness has dissipated after taking that damage. Oh, come on. Get out of there. All right. And that was the end of your turn, Otter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's going to look at Ezekiel, and he's going to try that weakening gaze again. Please give me a con saving throw.
Ugh. 9.
You now only deal half damage with weapon attacks that use strength for 1 minute, and you can repeat this saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
Okay. Thankfully, that is nothing. I mean, it's my quarterstaff.
But you do feel the strength beginning to sap from you as his gaze kind of permeates through your body. But he is going to turn, and he's going to take a swipe at you, Otter. That's not going to hit. That is a 9 total. That misses. Ezekiel, you're up.
Nice. So, since Hex is still on Wisdom saving throw,
Yes.
I'm going to do a funny thing,
How funny we talking?
and I'm going to pull the 3rd level 5d6 Dissonant Whispers again.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay.
Dissonant Whispers!
Yeah, the thing that did,
And
like... God, what was it? 52 damage the last time that you used this?
Yeah. My
All
last
right.
sorcery point, my last spell slot.
Alright, so disadvantage on wisdom saving throws.
Yes.
Alright. Well, it's not going to crit, I'll tell you that much. But he does fail.
Nice.
So 5d6
Well,
psychic damage.
Yes. And
Okay.
then 1 more from Hex.
So that's 26 damage.
That's half of 52! Woo!
That... Alright, very strong damage. Very strong attack. Is there anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
No, that is it.
Okay. You begin to whisper at the babao, and it tilts its head at you as you begin to utter these strange sounds from your mouth. It doesn't really sound like it's coming from you, but it begins to multiply, and it begins to change and form in his mind. It racks his brain with agony as this begins to tear through his mind. But after a moment, he does shake it off for a moment. However, it is going to immediately use its reaction and is going to try to move as far away from you as the speed allows. It did not like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. It has a move speed of 40 feet. And there we go. And
Does this mean
both of you get an attack of opportunity.
Nice.
However,
I
Ezekiel,
just have a fist.
your quarterstaff,
Oh man, my quarterstaff. Yeah.
and it is a strength-based attack, which means
Yes.
it will only do half damage if it connects.
Oh right, let's go.
Clunk.
Wow! Imagine that actually mattered.
Yeah.
All right, the quarterstaff does not hit.
Okay.
Okay, Otter. Actually, no, you have advantage, and Otter, you have advantage because he started between you two. So Otter,
Well, I mean,
you may roll
I
twice.
still only get the one.
What was that?
I still only get the one because of the sapping strength thing.
Oh, weakening gaze.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you disadvantage.
Oh, it's just only half damage.
It
Okay,
only
I
does
thought it
half
did
damage if it connects.
both. 14.
That still does not do it. Otter, your claw
12.
attack. You were using claw, yeah?
Yeah, for the
The 2d6 plus 5, yeah. That's a 19 to hit. We're gonna ignore that one. That is a hit. Roll for damage. 2d6.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. 15 damage, cut in half. That's gonna be 8. You manage to rake your claws against his back as he tries to retreat. From what it looks like, you guys have him on the ropes.
Nice. I completely forgot that Dissonant Whispers made him move away because the guy's head just exploded the last time.
Yeah, his head just did that. However, it is now your actual turn, Otter. Unless you want to move Ezekiel.
I'll probably move over to my dagger so that way I can pick it up.
Alright, I'll let you grab it as a free action.
Okay. I mean, if it wasn't this turn, I was just gonna grab it next turn.
Alright, you have your dagger back. And heat metal is no longer affecting it.
Okay.
Alright, Otter, it's your turn.
I believe I've got 40 move as a bear too, right?
You only need to move 25. You're good.
Yeah, I was just making sure. I am gonna charge, and I'm going to. So I can't do claw attack, correct?
You can. Your reaction
Okay.
is separate.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
So you have both of your attacks again.
Fantastic. I will. I'm gonna open with bite.
Okay. Roll a d20. That is a 10 to hit. That does not hit.
All right, moving in with claw.
All right. Roll your d20. That is a 15 to hit. That also does not hit.
Mrrr.
Dang.
Very close, but no.
So I charge in. I swing my claws around. I try to bite him, but he just kind of slips away from me. That's gonna be my turn.
He's going to try to claw you back.
That's good.
And that is going to be a 12 to hit, which that meets. And that's going to be 6 damage slashing plus 4 acid damage for a total of 10.
I'm still a bear.
And he's going to swing one more time. Which, this time, does not make contact. He's one short.
I was gonna laugh and say, oh, another 4.
Ezekiel, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna move a little closer, and I'm just gonna good old Eldritch Blast him.
All right. Run it.
Ugh.
That's not going to do it.
Okay. That's it.
Otter, your turn.
I'm going in for the bite.
All right, go in for the bite. Otter, you lunge in to try and take a bite of the Bulezau. And as you do so, he reaches forward and he grabs you by the jaw. And he holds you there, preventing you from getting another attack off.
I guess that's the end of my turn then.
Okay.
Damn.
If you'd like to use your bonus action, that will get you out of his grasp to come out of your wild shape.
I am safer as a bear right now, let me tell you that.
Okay. It is now the Babao's turn. And he's going to use his current advantage, and he's going to take a swing at you. And that's with advantage. However, that will use up that advantage. So he releases his grip on you to get that attack off. 18 to hit. That hits. And that's going to do 5 slashing damage plus 1 acid damage for 6 damage total.
I'm very good.
Ezekiel, your turn.
Alright. Okay. No, I was just double checking on a couple of my other cantrips. I'm just gonna move up and Eldritch Blast him.
All right. That's more like it. That's a hit.
Bam! Bam!
All right, 9 damage. You the Bulezau, not the Bulezau, the Babao at the just under the jaw, and it's getting angrier and angrier, and its gaze fixes on you, Ezekiel.
Okay.
Otter, it's your turn. You are no longer gripped by its claw.
Then I'm going in with the bite attack again.
All right, get it. All right, that's 24 to hit. Roll, I believe it was, 1d8. All right, 2 plus 5, so cut in half, that's about 4. You manage to grip at the wrist of the Babao with your massive jaw. You have 1 attack left with your claws.
I'm clawing at him.
All right. Natural 20. All right.
You know.
So that's going to be roll 2d6, and it's going to be plus 17. Okay.
24.
So that's 24 to hit. In half is 12. Otter. How do you do it?
So, since I didn't get the result I wanted with the bite attack, I close in with my 2 big-ass bear paws, and I just dig him into his side and just put my weight as much into it as possible and just drive him into the ground.
Okay. As you stand up to prepare for your claw attack, you realize, even just for a moment, you're bigger than he is. And you use that to your advantage as you lean forward, and with the weight of your body behind the claw attack, you... And the weight behind the claws tears him apart, almost in half. He does not have a lot of body mass. But he struggles against the weight and the claws, and with a final gasping breath, it and slowly the lights of purple glowing in the room dissipate and fade away.
I just spit out a fly.
The babao has been slain.
Woo! Hell yeah. Gonna walk on over to him and just give him a pat and a bit of a rustle and been like, oh, good show, my friend. Good show.
I give you a bear hug.
Yeah, ooh, still a bit of blood on there. That's fine. I can clean that out.
After a few minutes of silence and just relative peace, you hear a voice coming from the stairs behind the door, and they say, Is everything fine up there?
Yeah, we did it. Want to come look?
They all four of them, make their way up to come see, and they all.
Pardon the mess.
They all look over the body of the babao as it slowly begins to. You see, it starts to bubble a little bit, and then the flesh begins to just start melting away until all that's left is just the clean skeleton of this creature.
Ooh.
And Alarin looks back at Carver and says, That's it then. We're all free to leave. It's finally over. And Carver looks back at her and says, I think it's about time we went back home. And you see as you look over at Kalena, you see she's beginning to fade a little bit. And slowly she says, Thank you. And she disappears from view.
I'll just give her a wave as she's disappeared and be like, you rest well now, Kalena. Your mom and pa are waiting for you.
I had just raved a big paw.
Alarin says, By the terms of the contract, there are no more Silvaines occupying the manor. We are free to go. As the three of you are as well.
Oh, what will you do now? Gonna wait for the next person to do something funny and go to their side, or you're just gonna probably take it easy for a while?
Carver kind of scoffs and says, Hell knows. Hells no. Hells no. We're going back home. And we'll see what awaits us there. It's been 10 years, after all. And Alarin steps back, and she and Carver slowly are surrounded by a ring of fire that opens up around them. And she smiles and says, If you ever find yourselves among the layers of hell, do come and find us. We'll be sure to catch up with you. And then slowly, they begin to lower into the ground where this ring of fire opened up. And
I'll tip my hat and be like, well, you be real. Relax for a little while. You've definitely owned it.
And they also disappear from view. All that's left are you and Weskin. And he looks up at you both and says, Are we able to go home now?
That we are, little one. That we are. That's I apologize that we were unable to save your friends.
Well, I'm a little sad about that, but I'm glad that I'm alive at least. As bad as that sounds.
Yeah. Well, you can live on for them, because you know your dad's mighty worried about you.
Oh!
Let's get you home.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about my dad! Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
Might be mad for a little bit, but he'll definitely be more relieved to know that you're home safe.
Okay. You all walk out of the manor, and the moment
We're gonna...
that you get...
I'm gonna see if, I'm gonna help Weskin onto Otter's back, so that way Weskin can... If that's fine with Otter, I'm gonna lift Weskin up on his back and let him ride.
Otter is now carrying Weskin, and as the three of you begin to walk away from the grounds of the manor, you do manage to get out of the door. But as you begin to walk away, the three of you look back, and the manor's gone.
Oh.
It's just completely gone. All that's left is a modest little shack that is presumably the former home of the Silvaine family. And that is where we are going to end it.
That's good. I think the wife is getting a little upset with me.
I'm sorry about that, Otter. That's right. You can blame me.
I mean, you got the kill a demon.
Yeah, we did get to kill a demon. All right, boys. I'm gonna bounce right now, so you guys take it easy. Thanks a lot.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey, you too. See you later.
Yep. All right, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.